terror management theory is just our haiku-like summation of Becker. It's the uniquely human awareness of death gives rise to potentially debilitating existential terror that we manage by embracing cultural worldviews that give us a sense of meaning and value. Therefore, whether we're aware of it or not, we are at all times fundamentally motivated to maintain a sense that life has meaning and that we have value. And finally, whenever we are challenged, our sense of meaning or value, or whenever concerns about death are aroused, we will respond defensively in ways to restore confidence in our beliefs and faith that we're people of value.
Hello, this is Robinson Earhart here with the introduction to Robinson's podcast number 158. And this episode is with Pins, the podcat, and Sheldon Solomon, who's professor of psychology at Skidmore College. And Sheldon is best known for developing terror management theory, which is an awesome name for a theory, with Tom Paszczynski and Jeff Greenberg, which explores human psychology and mortality. And in this episode, we discuss basically two things. We talk about Ernest Becker's groundbreaking book, The Denial of Death, and then how it, I guess three things, how it influenced Sheldon and his collaborators, and then how since then, since reading this book when they were in, I think it was in graduate school that they encountered it, they've studied with the tools of contemporary social psychology how humans are afflicted by their sense of mortality. And their magnum opus on the topic is called The Worm at the Core, which is another great title, a trend in Sheldon's career. And one clarification that I wanted to make right at the beginning is that I misspoke at one point in the episode when comparing, I started saying fear and compare. When comparing the fear of death and public speaking, what I believe I intended to say, since we had this conversation over a month ago now, was that you often hear that people are more afraid of public speaking than dying, and I often found this unbelievable until I realized that what was meant by this saying was likely either that people spend more time worrying about public speaking than dying, or if you ask people to imagine both of them, they find the public speaking more anxiety-inducing, though it still seems much more likely to me that they'd rather do that than die. So comments, likes, subscribes, reviews, follows, please, love them, can't get enough of them, not getting enough of them, but would like to be getting closer to enough of them. And without any further ado, I hope you enjoy this conversation as much as I enjoyed having it with Sheldon. As I just mentioned, there are two books I'd like to talk about today. So one that influenced you and one that you wrote, and both of which center around death. But I think that we should make a brief anachronistic detour at the outset to The Worm at the Core, which you wrote with Jeff Greenberg and Tom Paszczynski. And I understand that you were first most interested in the broad question of why people act the way they do, which seemed to be explained by first, self-esteem, and then second, a drive to assert dominance over others. And how did these two principles lead you to connect with Becker's work and the denial of death?
Wow, Robinson, great question. Jeff Greenberg, Tom Paszczynski, and I were friends and graduate students together in a PhD program in experimental social psychology at the University of Kansas in the 1970s. And we were interested in understanding self-esteem. William James, the guy who started psychology, said that self-esteem is as important to humans as basic emotions like hunger and fear are to other critters. But from our perspective, psychologists hadn't made much progress besides agreeing with William James that self-esteem was important. Well, I get to Skidmore College as a young professor in 1980, and I bump into two books by Ernest Becker, recently deceased cultural anthropologist. One is called The Birth and Death of Meaning, and it's in the first paragraph of that book that Becker says that he wants to understand why the people do what they do when they do it. And I remember being like, finally, not something that, is like a non-pharmacological intervention for insomnia, just loaded with jargon. He was like, hey, I just want to figure out why people behave the way they do. And in that book, Robinson, he has a chapter that is where he says self-esteem is the dominant motive of the human animal, that what ultimately drives us is the need to perceive that life has meaning, and moreover, that we have value in the context of the meaningful framework that we embrace. And then right next to The Birth and Death of Meaning was the book, The Denial of Death. Becker won a Pulitzer Prize for that book 50 years ago. It was published in 1973. And it is in that book that Becker says, look, I thought self-esteem was the mother lode in terms of explanatory power, but he said, I now know that that's descriptive but not explanatory, in the sense that what underlies our pervasive efforts to perceive that life has meaning and we have value is the need to mitigate the potentially debilitating existential terror that's engendered by the realization of the inevitability of our own demise. And I just remember, again, as a young punk in my 20s, when Becker said, it's the knowledge of the inevitability of death and our disinclination to accept the reality of the human condition. That's the motivational impetus for a substantial proportion of human behavior. I was like, two things. One is I called Tom and Jeff immediately and I said, we have to read this fucking guy. He has an explanation for why people are so driven to pursue self-esteem. But then on the very personal front, I realized that these ideas resonated with me in part because of my own personal disinclination to die. So I remember vividly when I was 8 years old, when I realized that I too would someday die. And I'm not a big fan of death. I'm still disinclined, 60 or 70 years later. But so that's basically how we bumped into Ernest Becker's work. I found it appealing both personally and professionally.
Since self-esteem is so important, not just to William James or to Becker or to your work, I mean, you quoted him in that first book as saying that self-esteem is the dominant motive of the human animal, in addition to making sure, believing that life has meaning. I don't think we should just leave it as tacitly understood. I think we should really flesh out what it is. So we all, I guess, have an idea of what self-esteem means, but what does it really consist in when we're getting down to brass tacks and trying to be specific and rigorous?
Yeah, again, really fine question. The Becker's approach, and this is the one that we have adopted, is to, in his technical definition, it is the perception that one is a person of value in a world of meaning. And the way that Becker breaks that notion down in The Birth and Death of Meaning, he says, okay, let's do meaning first. And he's like, hey, I'm an anthropologist. Every culture has an account of the origin of the universe. Every culture has a prescription for how we ought to behave while we're here. And every culture offers a promise of immortality, be it literal or symbolic. And so Becker starts just with the declaration that the apprehending that life has meaning is just the bedrock of psychological equanimity. And he makes that argument both on common sense as well as clinical, and we now know empirically that that's the case. No one wakes up in the morning except for maybe a nihilist in a Dostoevsky novel and it's like, oh, life is totally meaningless, let's celebrate. And the second book that Becker wrote after The Birth and Death of Meaning was about depression, where he argued that regardless of the biochemical or neuroanatomical underpinnings of depression, that it always comes down to an inability or an unwillingness to perceive life as meaningful. Right, but then Becker goes on and he says meaning is necessary, but not sufficient. That in addition to perceiving that life is meaningful, we also need to perceive that we meet or exceed the standards of value that are associated with the social role that we inhabit in the context of our culture. So if you're a nurse, your job's to save lives. If you're a warrior, your job is to kill people. If you're a banker, your job is to make money. And the Becker argument that we have adopted in our work, which is basically just 40 years of empirical research. We're egghead experimental social psychologists, and so we felt that Becker's ideas were quite compelling when he said that self-esteem is believing that life has meaning and you have value. And then he said that the primary function of self-esteem is to minimize anxiety. So what we did thereafter was to just conduct egghead research to test that particular hypothesis. So this was one of the first studies that we did, where we showed if you momentarily elevate people's self-esteem and then threaten them, sometimes quite literally, like in one study, we raised people's self-esteem momentarily. We told them they were about to receive painful electrical shocks, and we measured physiological arousal. And sure enough, momentarily elevated or dispositionally high self-esteem reduced both self-reported anxiety as well as physiological arousal. And that particular study has been replicated in a variety of ways, more than a dozen times. And so it's on both empirical as well as theoretical grounds that we argue that Becker is on the right track when he describes self-esteem as an anxiety buffer. Now, this is not to suggest, however, that that is the only way to procure psychological equanimity, but from Becker's perspective, it's a central one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting into more depth into your empirical work that the three of you and other collaborators have performed, but I'd still like to dig a bit more into the foundations with Becker before we get into that. And one, just to maybe give us a contemporary secular context in which to frame this idea that self-esteem is the perception that one is a person of value in a world of meaning. Maybe today, where people value others for their beauty, their wealth, their intellectual accomplishments, their fame, then to believe that one has self-esteem on this view is to believe that these things are meaningful and that one scores highly in these sorts of categories. Is that roughly on the right track?
Yeah, no, Robinson, that is actually, you nailed it. And, while we're on this point, I don't want to go too far afield, but that also helps us understand why we are right now suffering from, literally a pandemic of psychological dis-ease. In other words, right now, America is a petri dish of psychopathology. Depression is many times higher than it ever was. A third of the people in America are addicted to drugs and alcohol. The other third are spraying cheese whiz on a cracker while they down a 12-pack of beer before they jump in their car to drive a couple of miles, to get to Walmart to buy a machine gun and a lemon. In other words, there's no... I think there's no disagreement that we're in a pervasive state right now of psychological dis-ease, and that's independent of the pandemic. And you're a philosophy guy. Do you know Michael Sandel at Harvard wrote a book called The Tyranny of Merit?
Yes.
And I like that book a lot for a variety of reasons, but Becker made the same point in the 1970s, which is that whenever you see wholesale misery in a society, you should take a look at what that culture values to assess whether or not those standards are attainable for the average individual. So Sandel's point, and he would say the same thing that you did, Robinson. We want to be rich. We want to be famous. We want to be Olympic athletes and world-class musicians. And we live in a society that Sandel puts it, we live in what we describe as a meritocracy, where every one of us supposedly starts in the same place, and we all therefore get to strive for excellence. The problem, he points out, is that we only value people in our world as if they're the absolute best at what they do. So it doesn't matter if you have a lot of money, Elon Musk has more. It doesn't matter if you're pretty. The woman on the cover of Cosmopolitan, who doesn't look like that because she's 20% tinier, they photoshopped her. But my point is, if you won a silver medal in the Olympics, you're still a loser. And Sandel's point is that we have created a recipe for psychological despair by living in a culture where N-1 people in every social category are failures. And as Sandel puts it, it shouldn't surprise us that half of America is depressed and the other half is enraged. And but back to the point, self-esteem is garnered by embracing generally dominant cultural values and then striving to attain or exceed them.
And what you were just talking about with regard to Sandel, I mean, this points to the prescriptive dimension at the end of The Worm at the Core. How do we live or change the way we conceive of life to mitigate the prevalence of the psychological dis-ease that you referred to? But I first read The Denial of Death about 10 years ago. And at that point in my life, I wasn't ready for it. I mean, that happens with some books. You change and you read them differently. I, at the time, didn't understand psychoanalysis. Not that I necessarily understand it now, but I didn't realize the immense value that it has. So I wasn't ready for it, and I didn't really internalize it. As I read the book, what stuck out at me were some of the more far-fetched ideas. So one that I remember to this day, and was, even though I just reread the book, was this idea that man has always had these visions or fantasies of sucking his own penis to propagate himself and live on forever. And that did not resonate with me at the time. But what I would like to do, because I am so much more interested in psychoanalysis now, is talk a little bit about the roots of that in Becker's work. And he announces at the beginning of the Denial of Death that one of his tasks is to tie psychology after Freud back to Kierkegaard. And Freud, as I understand it, conceived of sexuality as the primary motivator in human psychology. And I'm wondering if there's maybe a simple way of explaining why that is, and how through Kierkegaard Becker sought to reorient it around death.
Wow.
That's a big question.
No, but you captured, honestly, that brilliant. I think you honestly, basically, I think that Becker's one of the most underappreciated thinkers of the last century because of what he attempted to do. I mean, okay, so trivia point, and that is that when Becker wrote that book, he didn't call it The Denial of Death. It was actually twice the size, and I can't remember the exact title, but the subtitle was something like The Merger of Religion and Science. And Becker's original intention, which comes out a little bit in The Denial of Death, but it was originally the primary focus, is that if you just step back in the Judeo-Christian tradition and look at the development of theological systems of thought, that they run very parallel to the psychodynamic ones, especially if we're willing to talk about, when we're talking about psychoanalysis, we can use the word neurosis. In religious terms, following Tillich and Kierkegaard, he uses the word sin. So that was kind of like the first thing, is that Becker's trying to integrate and synthesize ideas from a variety of disciplines. And he says straight up at the beginning of The Denial of Death that we've got enough truth. The world's choking on truth. And what we need to do is to step back and to recognize ideas that are coming up independently from all of these different disciplinary directions. And then he says that he thinks that Freud is, one of the most important intellectual voices in history. And with all due respect, though, that Freud got it wrong in his insistence that when he argues that the primary motivational impetus of human behavior is sex and aggression. So I taught this stuff at a prison when I first got here. So in the 1980s, I'm at a maximum security prison teaching about Freud. And the prisoners are like, yeah, fighting and fucking. He's got it. Freud's got it exactly right. And Freud's argument, though, a lot of people are horrified by psychoanalysis, and they're like, wow, Freud's making this stuff up. But he got that from Darwin. Freud is writing and thinking at the same time that Darwin is doing his thing. And Freud thought that the insistence on sex and aggression being foundational was just a manifestation of Darwin's argument that basically, in order to stay alive, you have to compete in a world of limited resources, hence that aggression may have a biological basis. And then in the long run, it's not whether or not you stay alive, but whether or not your snippets of genetic material persist over time, hence the need to reproduce. And so that was the at least epistemological foundation for starting with sex and aggression. But if you read Freud carefully, he over the decades, he became less and less convinced and got more and more existential. So he writes a book Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and he starts talking about what he calls the death instinct, that we have this natural tendency, and this is again based on Newton, going towards entropy. And so by the end of his life, it's like it's not so much sex and aggression, it's more about Eros in opposition to Thanatos. And Becker's point is he's like, Freud got very close to acknowledging that what's at stake is ultimately existential concerns about death. But what Becker argues, and there's a chapter about Freud in The Denial of Death, is that Freud himself was terrified of dying. And that his death denial was to inflate himself up to superhuman proportions. And basically, he could never see death anxiety as central to understanding human affairs because he was so afraid of himself dying. And so, what Becker insists is that you can take all of the psychoanalytic concepts that are based on sex and aggression, and you can recast them in existential terms to represent efforts to minimize death anxiety. And it's with that in mind that he uses Kierkegaard as an example of existential psychology before existential psychology. And that because Kierkegaard really is all about people being so smart that they become aware of their own existence, at which point in, I can't even remember, the little book that Kierkegaard wrote, doesn't really matter, but where he talks about that awe and dread are the natural result of self-awareness. And it's from there that Becker really moves on to develop his arguments about existential anxieties and the defensive reactions that are engendered thereby.
So a minute ago you said the mitigation of death anxiety. That's a phrase that you used. And I think it's a crucial phrase because that, of course, is the driving principle of human behavior that becomes substantiated in the pursuit of self-esteem and the establishment of these guiding worldviews. And a central concept for Becker, there are just a couple that I wanted to flesh out before we move on to the worm at the core, but a crucial concept that is directly relevant to the mitigation of death anxiety is that of man's urge to heroism. And what does heroism mean? Why does it figure into the denial of death, and how does it relate to this mitigation of our anxiety?
Yeah, no, again, very awesome. So basically, what Becker does is at the very beginning of the denial of death, he says, look, in in the birth and death of meaning, I talked about self-esteem, and he starts off the denial of death with a quote by William James, which is that basically life is just the theater for heroism. And what he says is, look, when one way to think about self-esteem is that we're striving for heroic transcendence. The way I like to talk about it, Robinson, is I'm like, well, when we think about heroism, and I'm getting this from Rollo May's book, The Cry for Myth. He's an existential therapist.
Great job rerouting the flow. The main pipeline in the station itself can be safely fixed now. Too bad the backup pipeline is also leaky. Who could have guessed, right? Could you go and plug the leaks?
Rollo May, based on Becker, says the same thing, that we're striving for heroic transcendence. Right now, sometimes that means heroic with a capital H. You know, I want to be like General MacArthur and win a war. Or I want to be like Einstein and come up with the theory of relativity, or I want to be an Olympic athlete. And we're quite familiar with that kind of heroism, and hopefully it's fairly obvious how that has death-denying qualities, because basically in mythological terms, a hero is kind of a larger-than-life individual who is often able, by virtue of their capacities, to forestall death, even if not permanently. But then there's just another kind of heroism, and I call that heroic with a little h. And for me, that would consist of just making the best of the circumstances that you find yourself in your life. And so, from that perspective, you might be walking around outside and notice that somebody who's, let's say, visually impaired is about to walk into traffic. And so you go out of your way to help that individual not get run over. Well, that also has a heroic dimension. And what we know empirically is that when we perceive that what we're doing has any kind of tinge of heroic qualities, it really does serve to enhance meaning and value.
Going back to this idea of the tyranny of merit, then, heroism with a capital H in the contemporary worldview might be something like striving to achieve these values of fame, wealth, and so on, which one takes on almost as a mission. But then I think heroism with a lowercase h is more of a timeless, worldview agnostic sort of feature of life that might also be healthier for achieving one's self-esteem.
No, Robinson, right? I love how you put that, because there are some folks now that dabble in a concept and they call it existential appreciation. And they point out that the people that find life most meaningful are not necessarily striving for world dominance in the form of excellence, so much as they are just profoundly appreciative of whatever it is that they happen to be doing. So when I said earlier that Becker puts a lot of stock on self-esteem, and so do I, but more recently, folks in positive psychology, they look at things a little bit differently, but I do think in ways that might ultimately be happier and healthier. And so there's a concept in clinical psychology these days called cosmic insignificance, that just when you realize that you're an inconsequential speck of respiring dust, born in a time and place not of your choosing, here for a tiny amount of time before you're summarily obliterated, well, some people find that incredibly demoralizing. And yet other people find it tremendously uplifting. And it turns out that what appears to mediate that difference is whether you perceive yourself as connected to everything and everyone around you. And so the Otto Rank, who was one of Freud's dudes that Becker writes about in The Denial of Death, in one of his books, Truth and Reality, he says that human beings are, I forget what he called us, something like that word, I forget the phrase, but he points out that we're all related to the first form of life. And that basically we're descended from that first form of life. That makes us related to everything that has ever existed, everything that exists now, everything that ever will exist. And their point is there is something quite comforting and uplifting about just being part of the intricate web of life, as it were. And I'm being long-winded here, Robinson, but I guess what I'm pointing out is that appears to be another viable vehicle towards psychological equanimity. I don't need to be the best at everything that I do. I can appreciate whatever it is that I happen to be doing. And in positive psychology lingo, they talk about like a tripod of interrelated affectations. That they describe it in terms of awe, humility, and gratitude. So they're just saying, again, a lot of these concepts are intertwined with the way the Kierkegaards and the Tillot's and the Bubers of the world see it theologically. It's just that at our best, we sometimes just find it awesome to be alive. And we don't need anything in particular to have happened in order to appreciate that in joyous exuberance, the fact that we're here. And according to the positive psychology types, when you're in a state of awe, it also makes us humble, not self-deprecating, but just that we recognize our position relative to the rest of the universe. When we're in a state of awe and in a state of humility, it makes us more saliently aware of the fact that our lives are probably better than most, or at least the way I talk about it with the students. I'm like, hey, if you slept in a bed last night and had breakfast today, you should be extraordinarily grateful. So back to the original point, yeah, I do think there are different routes to heroic transcendence. I think they're all vehicles to acquire a sense of meaning and value. And this is not to denigrate self-esteem, but I do argue these days that it's time to consider broadening the palette of options that can be provided for people in order to satisfy what are essentially the same basic foundational psychological needs for meaning and value.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the difficulty isn't in just understanding that achieving fame and fortune won't make us happy, but that integrating into a web of life will, but deeply ingraining it in one's psyche and displacing the quite deeply entrenched tyranny of merit, that's the real difficult part. But relating importantly, I think, to this notion of heroism is another terminological peculiarity maybe of Becker. I don't know if it's used elsewhere, if it's a term of art in psychoanalysis, but what is his idea of a causa sui project? What is a causa sui? He talks about that a great deal.
Yeah, so this is to my discredit that I should know what that term means in Latin, but it really is related to this drive for heroism. And so basically what he's arguing is that whether we're aware of it or not, we all unconsciously have some idea of what it is that we're doing as individuals to strive for immortality. So what Becker says is that Freud's immortality project was to be known as the discoverer of psychoanalysis. You might say that Bill Gates's immortality project would be to be the discoverer of Microsoft, or maybe in his later days to have been associated with encouraging super wealthy people to give some of their money back. All right, but it might be that your immortality project is more, at least superficially modest. Johnny Appleseed wanted to leave the country with apple trees. He didn't want to write his name on any of the trees, but he just wanted to do something that would have consequences thereafter. And so I think that's in general what the term refers to.
Okay, so what makes something an immortality project is that it leads to your being remembered, and so you live on either in memory or some other structure.
Yeah, absolutely. So this would be generally what Becker refers to as symbolic immortality, which he dates back to the ancient Greeks, who pointed out that you may not live forever, but that does not in any way diminish your desire to have some vestige of your existence persist nonetheless. You know, maybe having kids, making a boatload of money, doing a podcast, just anything that will preserve a vestige of our respective existences.
And to tie everything back together, it's this pursuit of the immortality project that we engage in to mitigate the anxiety of death. Okay. And there's now room to get into all sorts of different specifics. One thing that comes to mind is talking about different sorts of immortality projects. Did Becker have any particular views on the immortality projects of artists, writers, painters, these sorts of people? Were they particularly interesting immortality projects for him?
Yes, for him they were, Robinson. So Becker had a controversial take on a lot of matters. One is that he was devoutly religious himself. So at the end of the denial of death, he makes a plea for religious worldviews broadly defined as being potentially more conducive to fostering psychological well-being than secular ones. And his view, and the way he put it in the book, is that secular is always grounded to a certain degree in physical reality, and any claim to perpetuity on that level is apt to be dashed historically. So you can say that America's great, we're going to be here forever, but realistically, every country comes and goes. But if you have a worldview based on an ethereal and not tangible, can't be put into words, transcendent entity, that being God, well, then you are less likely to have your cosmic view of the universe undermined by physical reality. So that's one aspect, is that Becker was a big fan of religious worldviews, while at the same time being painfully and poignantly aware of the dangers of religious views. So he quotes Paul Tillich, who says, look, on the one hand, religion at its best, it grounds us as no other stance towards life is capable of. And yet, on the other hand, we get into trouble when we take our symbols too literally, to the point where we've got to kill someone who doesn't share them. All right, so that's the religious end of things. But then to get back to your question, he saw creativity broadly defined, using the artist as the prototype, as one of the most potentially constructive forms of death transcendence. And what he says is that what an artist does is to use their artwork. That becomes their immortality project. That they literally take their existential concerns. Do you know Suzanne Langer's work? You may be too young, the American philosopher. She talked about, this is of yesteryear. But anyway, she talked about art she defines art as an objectification of subjectivity. It's not just an expression of feeling so much as, for Langer, she defined feeling very broadly as any sensation, whether we're aware of it or not. But she argued that art is a way that we can express ourselves, we could express our feelings that cannot be expressed in words. And Becker jumps on that, and he says, what the artist does at their best, it is to transform existential anxieties into some kind of physical manifestation that, according to Otto Rank in his book Art and Artist, serves a social function when the people who partake of the art are affected by it, not necessarily in the same way that the artist is or how the artist intended, but Becker's argument is that art is a prototype for humanity at its best because it allows for creative individual expression that also has a pro-social dimension. And that is that the artist is always hoping to engage fellow humans in ways that, at best, are existentially uplifting for both parties.
I don't know if this is existentially uplifting, but as I hear you describe this transference, and since we're talking about psychoanalysis, I don't mean transference in a psychoanalytic sense, but of existential dread into artwork, I think of Munch and the scream, angst, all of these paintings, and how they certainly serve a social function. Like I said, I don't think that they're uplifting, but they were a very successful immortality project for Munch.
No, awesome. And for me, I'm not, I love art, but I have no background. But the Van Gogh's work is, I think, maybe for me, a more uplifting expression of someone clearly in varying degrees of angst. But yeah, good point.
Mm-hmm. One danger of religious views that you...
Well done figuring out those radio problems. I think I'm just about towered out, if that's a thing. Probably not. I'm also scared of heights. Anywho, I hope we don't hear about any more towers for a while now.
alluded to, but that we haven't touched on yet, but is particularly salient for me because I just did an episode on the world history of genocide, is that since these worldviews are so important to our self-esteem and our immortality projects, when they are threatened by other worldviews that suggest that ours might not be the correct one, this historically results in a great deal of violence. Like, look at things like genocides like the Crusades, for instance, where, of course, there are financial motives, but they're also inherently religious.
That's right. And as Becker points out, it sometimes persists for centuries. I guess the conflict in Yugoslavia a few decades ago went back to the 1200s in terms of ongoing competition between competing worldviews.
Well, one last thing that I think I ought to ask before we move on to the worm at the core is whether or not you think there are any things that Becker got crucially wrong in the denial of death that maybe subsequent work has improved upon.
Yeah, so again, Robinson, awesome. I find it jarring to read the denial of death now, 50 years later, because what it teaches me is that we're all beneficiaries and victims of the moment in which we're gestated and reared intellectually. Or to put that another way, my students are horrified generally when they read Becker. Now, some of it's stylistic because he's writing in a manly fashion at a time when that was quite common. All right, no big deal, but it is, as a teacher now, it's odd when the students are like, I can't read this asshole because he keeps calling people he. And I'm like, yeah, well, okay, but you're going to have to let that go. Aristotle had some odd ideas about women, but I don't think we should stop reading him because of that. Anyway, be that as it may, that's just a tiny stylistic point. Almost the two things that are most glaring are his take on schizophrenia and homosexuality.
That's what sticks out at me as well.
Yeah, they're absurd, almost to the point of obscene, but they were the standard party line at the time. Homosexuality, he's going with it as a psychological aberration vis-a-vis Freud. We now know that not to be true, and we can go into the details, but, they saw autism, homosexuality, schizophrenia, all as interchangeable manifestations of a poor parental environment. Just all, frankly, ridiculous. So he did not understand or appreciate, because we didn't know at the time that homosexuality, autism, schizophrenia all have high heritability quotients, and that means that they are in part genetically determined, and so most and what I tell my students now is, whenever you're reading The Denial of Death and you come across something ridiculous, just tear that page out. Not if you got the book from the library, but there's still enough pages left. When I feel like when you get done, that the work should still be taken seriously. So those are, I think, very real problems. They do not, however, I think, undercut the central claim of the book, which is that existential concerns about death are the motivational impetus for much of what we do. What I think, at this point, though, I think that the major weakness of Becker's ideas, which is in turn a major weakness of our ideas, is Becker's conception of cultural worldviews as being primarily ways for us to reduce death anxiety. And with nothing else. In other words, if you read Becker, or if you read terror management theory, that's how he and we define cultural worldviews, beliefs about reality that we share with people in our group that enable us to reduce anxiety. And while I believe that to be true, I think that also misses like an enormous chunk of important ideas without which we can't understand much about human affairs. Have you heard of or know Joseph Henrich? He's an anthropologist at Harvard.
I do.
And he writes about cultural evolution. Yeah, and so my thing, Robinson, is that I think that Becker's ideas need to be updated in light of Joe Henrich's work on cultural evolution and Michael Tomasello's work on developmental psychology. I think that Becker and our folks have missed the point somewhat by seeing cultural worldviews as basically things that serve us as individuals in order to reduce anxiety. But that's evolutionarily myopic, because we're fundamentally social animals, as Henrich points out, and cultural worldviews above and beyond existential balm are also concentrated pieces of human experience accumulated over thousands of years that contain knowledge without which we'd all be dead by sundown. So Henrich's point is that whether we know it or not, our belief systems are absolutely essential. As he put it, culture is smarter than any of us. And unbeknownst to us, our cultural practices, our religious traditions, may be the result of countless generations of experience that are now carefully ensconced in our way of viewing things. And so basically what Henrik argues is that we are highly motivated to maintain cultural belief systems, not so much because they reduce anxiety, but because we need those beliefs to be maintained over time, and that humans are therefore motivated to defer to authority and to conform to others' expectations, not just to reduce anxiety, but in the service of maintaining all of these pieces of knowledge. And I believe that to be right. And so I think that that's where Becker's work and what we call terror management theory, that's what I'm presently trying to think about, is to just be, as Thomas Kuhn put it in The Structure of Scientific Revolution, said to just normal science, to take ideas and to integrate and synthesize with other paradigms that are prevalent at the time.
Well, I'm glad that we have been able to spend all this time talking about Becker, but you just mentioned terror management theory again, and I think it's time that we get there. And just as we began by fleshing out the key term of self-esteem, I think that before we get into the specifics of terror management theory, we ought to just flesh out what terror means, how you really rigorously define it as a psychologist.
Yeah, actually we don't. It was a mistake to use that term.
Okay, that's good to know too.
Yeah, no, Robinson, these are great. I'm enjoying this because I love your questions. So we read the Becker books in the 1980s, and we thought the ideas were compelling. And anyway, to make a long story short, we wrote a paper for the American Psychologist where we just described Becker's ideas. We're like, hey, we read a book. We think this guy has a lot of value. And anyway, the paper was rejected. One of the reviewers with a single sentence: I have no doubt that these ideas are of no interest to any psychologist, alive or dead. And eventually we talked to the editor of the journal, and he said, look, dude, no one will take these ideas seriously in academic psychology unless you provide empirical evidence for them. And you guys are experimental psychologists, so why don't you do that? And we're like, all right, crap, I guess this will give us something to do. So we knew from an experimental point of view that our job was to take Becker's ideas in like 14 books and reduce it to a paragraph. That's basically a theory is just a set of conceptual declarations that allow you to generate hypotheses that can be subsequently subjected to empirical scrutiny. So we're like, all right, let's do that. And so what we call terror management theory, basically we were being annoying. There was a theory at the time of self-esteem called impression management. And the argument there is that we want to have high self-esteem so that the people around us are impressed. Now, we don't disagree that that happens, but our point is that that's very superficial. So we're like, ultimately, you're not trying to manage other people's impressions. What you're really trying to manage is your own existential anxiety. And so that's where we got the term terror management. But it comes from a William James quote. I think he uses the word terror someplace. And then we had, the munch, primal, the scream. But anyway, so terror management theory is just our haiku-like summation of Becker. It's the uniquely human awareness of death gives rise to potentially debilitating existential terror that we manage by embracing cultural worldviews that give us a sense of meaning and value. Therefore, whether we're aware of it or not, we are at all times fundamentally motivated to maintain a sense that life has meaning and that we have value. And finally, whenever we are challenged, our sense of meaning or value, or whenever concerns about death are aroused, we will respond defensively in ways to restore confidence in our beliefs and faith that we're people of value. So that's kind of terror management theory in a nutshell. And we already talked about the one line of research, and that was to demonstrate that people, when their self-esteem is raised, that anxiety goes down. The next line of research is what we call mortality salience. We were like, how do we prove that your beliefs and my beliefs reduce death anxiety? Well, we're like, okay, let's remind some people that they're going to die, and other people, let's have them think about something unpleasant but not fatal. Well, if death is special, then you should cling more tenaciously to your culturally constructed beliefs, and we should be able to detect that by measuring your reactions to aspects of those beliefs. So sometimes we ask people to just write down, how do you feel about yourself dying? Other times we're a little more subtle. We do it outside the lab, or we stop some people in front of a cemetery, other people 100 meters to either side. The coolest stuff is when we do it in the lab and people are like reading on a computer, and we flash the word death for 28 milliseconds, so fast that you don't see anything. And so anyway, there's now more than 1,000 of these studies, and they show consistently that these very subtle reminders of death have potent effects on attitudes and behavior. So when you're reminded that you're going to die, you hate and hurt anybody who's different. When you're reminded that you're going to die, you become more slavishly devoted to populist demagogues, be they Adolf Hitler or today's Donald Trump, Orange Hitler. It's the same phenomenon. When you're reminded that you're going to die, you deny that humans are animals. You piss on the planet in an effort to ignore the physical environment while you spend inordinate amounts of time selfishly devoted to craving money and stuff. And so that's another paradigm. We remind people that they're going to die, and it alters their attitudes and behaviors in predictable ways. And then we have one more paradigm that we call the death thought accessibility paradigm, and that's if you challenge people's beliefs or if you undermine their self-esteem, that makes unconscious thoughts of death come more readily to mind. And then there's another boatload of studies that show the relationship between all of those paradigms. And so, for example, normally if we remind a Christian that they're going to die, they love Christians more and they hate Jewish people. But if we raise self-esteem first and then remind people they're going to die, they do not become more derogatory towards folks who are different, just showing that all these concepts are interrelated.
Well, everything you've just said opens up about 100 new lines of questioning, but just the first thing, you mentioned another William James quote in there, and if I'm not mistaken, the worm at the core, the title of your book, comes from another one of his sayings. So he's just a gift that really keeps on giving. But maybe sticking, again, just briefly before we get more deeply into the research, to a more meta-conceptual issue, how, quite roughly, do you manage to study death awareness and terror management in a laboratory setting when, since due to ethical considerations, you can't just go around frightening people? There has to be like a limit to what you can do. How do you skirt these limits and make it work?
Because actually, that's a fine point. What makes this, it's very counterintuitive, Robinson. It's a great question. When we ask people to write down what they think about dying, they don't report any anxiety, nor do they become more physiologically aroused. Ditto when they're standing in front of a funeral parlor, nor do people report any emotional distress when we flash the word death for 28 milliseconds. And so when we go to the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, and we say we're going to remind some people about death, and often when we're working in schools, we use as a control condition, we ask people to think about their next exam. And every time we do this, the IRB comes back and they're like, you can't ask people to think about themselves dying because that could be catastrophically traumatic. But there's now over 1,000 studies with literally tens of thousands of participants, and no one has yet had any negative reactions to the death reminders that we use in these experiments, as long as we screen for depression and suicidal ideation, if that makes sense. So as long as we pre-screen. All right, but the funny part is that if you want to make a college student really anxious and physiologically unsettled, ask them to think about an exam.
Yeah.
So because we have demonstrated and published that for a college student, it is more harrowing to think about a test than to die. And that's what usually gets us to be able to do these studies. It's on empirical grounds. If we were really more brutal and, we're asking people to lay in a coffin or something, then it would be ethically problematic.
Yeah. People always say or quote this, I don't know if I'm assuming it's a result from, or a series of results from experiments, that people are more afraid of public speaking than dying. And whenever I heard that, I thought, well, this can't be right, until I realized that obviously people would rather public speak than die, but if you confront people with the possibility of public speaking or dying, then they're going to be more frightened of the public speaking. So it makes sense. But yeah, I'd like to now get into some of the research and the findings. And maybe one way of doing this chronologically, in a sense, is to start with children. How quickly do children, as they mature, become aware of death? And how does it impact their thinking and behavior? How's this measured?
Yeah, all right. Good question. And frankly, we don't know. So there is a substantial literature on children and death. And in our book, we quote from a canonical work by Sylvia Anthony in the 1950s, where a British psychologist who just demonstrated that kids are aware of and concerned about dying long before their parents think they are, and long before their lives are in any particular danger. And so as early as 2, but certainly for most people by the time they're 8 or 9, there is some awareness of death. And there are Israeli psychologists who demonstrated that by the time I think is 9 or 10 years old, that kids respond to to death reminders the same way that they do in our other studies. No, but we don't have a very solid empirical handle on the developmental trajectory. All that we know is, as I just said, that kids really are concerned more than we think. And so Sylvia Anthony quotes a study where I think it's 5-year-old kids and their parents. And basically they asked the kids and the parents, what are you more afraid of, dying or a spelling test? And the parents are like, of course my kid's more afraid of a spelling test. They don't know what death is, but they know what spelling is. And of course the kids are like, fuck spelling, I don't want to die. And so we are quite existentially oriented. And the Becker point, by the way, is that basically what happens is that there comes a point that when we're kids where we become increasingly aware of our own mortality at the same time that we become simultaneously aware that our parents are also mortal and not perfect. And that's the psychological impetus to transfer a good proportion of our allegiance and attachment from our parents to the culture at large. In other words, when I'm growing up, I just want to be a good boy or girl in the eyes of my parents. Once I get old enough to be somewhat aware that I'm going to die, then I derive psychological comfort from being a good boy or girl in the eyes of the president or the Pope, or fill in the blank. It's the same psychodynamics that make us secure as infants with our attachment to parents is just now transferred and transformed to our attachments and adherence to cultural dictates.
Even if this hasn't been formally studied, I imagine that if children's nightmares and fears of the dark are universal across cultures, and maybe this has been studied, that might be indicative of a general onset of fear and awareness of death.
Yeah.
So we just talked about children. What do archaeology, anthropology, and maybe history tell us about how our ancestors dealt with their impending deaths and how it shaped their behavior?
Yeah, great question, and like anything, depends on who you ask. Now, not surprisingly, we run into Becker, and we thought that his ideas were compelling, but then just as you pointed out, Robinson, you asked two great questions. You're like, well, how do you account for this developmentally? Now you're asking, well, how can we account for this phylogenetically or, just developmentally over history? And what we write in our book is that, we see historically the claim is the so-called cultural Big Bang that simultaneously is the appearance of like art, jewelry, and ritual burials with grave goods. And, our point is, not to be silly, but if you're going to spend, hundreds of hours carefully preparing corpses to be embedded in the ground, that, why would you do that if you didn't expect there to be something happening thereafter? In other words, we see that as indicative that concerns about mortality had a central role in human affairs. Things like Stonehenge, for example, just these big, the stones that took a ton of time to make, they don't appear to have any practical function. And so our claim, following some other folks, is just that we think that when we talk about humans transitioning from semi-nomadic hunters and gatherers to settling down and living together, the most common explanation is that we settled down in order to farm. But that's clearly wrong, because it's not like people are like, oh shit, we can't be wandering around anymore, let's just sit still and grow a potato. We settled down first. And the argument is that was for religious coagulations, and it was from the settling down that agriculture thereafter evolved. So anyway, those are all speculations, but by the time we get to the Epic of Gilgamesh, by the time We get to the pyramids in Egypt, and we get to the terracotta soldiers in China, and we get to the people looking to turn, lead into gold to get the elixir of life. By the time we get people traveling all over Earth looking for the fountain of youth or magic berries that keep you from dying, it is fairly clear from the minute that there is a written record of human activity that we have spent a substantial proportion of human energies in order to forestall death. And that's true to this day. The richest people on Earth at Google are pumping billions into abandoning their carbon-based carcasses so that they can be uploaded onto some silicon web.
You mentioned earlier one problem with Becker's view that is still maybe a problem with yours, and that's connecting this conception of cultural worldviews to something that's more rigorous, like what Joe Henrich at Harvard is doing. One other possible criticism that occurred to me, I'm wondering how you think about it. I was just thinking about my own life, and as I look at my own behavior, like my urge to create a podcast, like you mentioned, or to learn, or to enjoy good food, or to date, the main aspects of my behavior, I don't see it so much as the product of a denial of death, but kind of the opposite, the fear of death and the knowledge that I know it's coming, so I have to cram it all in, and it's not going to last, and that time is wasting. I'm wondering how you weigh these two ways of looking at death.
Yeah, again, Robinson, really good point. Not trying to sound defensive, but, we read Becker's stuff 40 years ago at a time when we were trying to figure out the more unsavory and unfortunate aspects of human existence. And so I think we were really skewed towards death denial. But I think that's only half of the picture. There's a guy named Walter Burkert. He's dead. He was a Swiss guy who studied religion, and he's like, yeah, religion is all about denying death, and in part we deny death because we love life, and I think that, and in fact, Becker, on his deathbed, when he was being interviewed by Sam Keen, the Sam Keen dude is like, aren't you awfully one-sided? And he's like, yeah, I have been. And that's because we've got Abraham Maslow and all of these other folks talking about peak experiences and existential appreciation. And Becker was a big fan of Maslow, and he did not want to deny or diminish the importance of that end of life, as it were, but it wasn't his focus, and the same with us. So to get back to your point, yes, I do think, at least from my vantage point, that it is time to step back and or to just put it in a more pedestrian fashion. For me, I'm more oriented now towards thinking in terms of life-enhancing possibilities in light of existential concerns rather than death-denying ones.
No, that's great to know. So maybe to put this into my own words and see if it resonates with you at all, you're at this point less committed to the denial of death being the sole main driver of human behavior, but it is still an extremely important component of our motivation. Okay, that's great to know. And then I think the last thing that we should touch on in these few minutes remaining to us is what I alluded to earlier as the potential prescriptive component of terror management theory. Does it, or do you and your collaborators suggest a way of life or a ways of approaching life to improve general well-being that is perhaps more effective than the current strategy of trying to achieve fame and wealth and these sorts of things?
Our view, Robinson, is that our prescription is to try and have it both ways, and that's not to be explicitly prescriptive so much as to point out that when things are not going well, either from an individual or from a cultural perspective, to put in a plea to step back and to identify the values that we currently subscribe to, determine if they are realistically attainable. Or just to get back to Becker for a moment, he points out that life is complex, and that so a lot of folks, they do want to be the best at whatever they're doing. And yet Becker points out that Christianity is one of the most democratic and ecumenical belief systems in the history of Earth, at least in principle. He's like, it doesn't matter if you're the president of General Motors or the dipstick for a cesspool. You can still, in God's eyes, be a decent person and therefore qualified for immortality. And so I guess that's been our prescriptive musings these days, is let's reflect on the view of the world that we subscribe to and think about ways in principle that everyone is capable of acquiring a sense of meaning and value.
I think the prescription that comes to mind for me, though how it's to be achieved is another question entirely, is that in so much as self-esteem is how we nourish ourselves, I think that was something you might have quoted William James as saying, is that this self-esteem must be derived from within rather than from these highly contingent things like wealth or how beautiful you're born. But like I said, the question is how to derive that self-esteem.
And again, this has been great, Robinson, and that's my silly thing, is that and I say this to the students all the time, but I really appreciate you making this point, and that is that it is, without trying to sound too trite or silly, sometimes it's pretty, quote, easy to figure out what ought to happen, but how to get there, that's just a completely different concern. Yeah, which if we could do it, we'd be chugging rum out of coconuts on a beach with our Nobel Prizes. But that's why I think that I hope that these kinds of exchanges are useful for the people that will partake of what I thought was a great conversation, because neither you nor I are claiming to be the all-encompassing repositories of wisdom, so much as folks that are interested in these ideas and to possibly parlay them into action. You're a philosopher. I love Peirce, Charles Peirce, when he says beliefs are the basis of action. And if there's a single person out in the world that hears what we've said today, and it might impel them to come up with a radically creative idea of how to take this from aspirational and transform it into practical application. So yeah, if anyone has ideas, let's have them get in touch, and then we'll do it.
Well, Sheldon, this has been terrific. It's been so fun. It's been a great excuse to talk about the denial of death and your work as well. So thanks again so much for doing this with me.
Oh, thank you, Robinson. It was my pleasure.
Hold on. If you haven't subscribed, liked, commented, or reviewed, that would be so helpful. And if you haven't yet, you could also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Robinson Earhart.
years ago, when Sheldon was a graduate student at the University of Kansas, he and two of his fellow
graduate year. Great. The 40th anniversary of the interdisciplinary graduate school program is really, for me, just a great honor. What I'd like to do this afternoon is to just give you an overview of the work that Tony has described. For some folks, you all look vaguely familiar to me at my age, but I know that some folks have heard about these ideas before, and some not. And so just in the interest of rendering myself sensible to everybody that's here today, I'll talk a little bit about what we call terror management theory and describe the research that we've done over the past 3 decades to provide scientific evidence for it. As Tony mentioned, I went to the University of Kansas in the 1970s. I love saying this. I went to the University of Kansas in the last millennium, back in the day. And along with my buddies, Jeff Greenberg, who's now at the University of Arizona, and Tom Pazinski, who's now at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, we were in a PhD program in experimental social psychology. And in our program, we were interested in 2 different questions that at the time we didn't think had anything to do with each other. One of our questions had to do with the nature of and function of self-esteem. It turns out, and I presume everyone's heard of that term, self-esteem, and that's because it's the most common term in the psychological lexicon. And it actually goes back to the first psychologist, William James, who wrote the first psychology book at Harvard in the 1890s. He said that self-esteem, whatever it is so important to human beings that he put it right up there with the basic emotions like fear and anger. He just said, I think there's something about self-esteem that's of unique and significant importance for human beings. And although James tried to define self-esteem, for most of the 20th century, psychologists really didn't have that much to do with it. And in 1970, mid-1970s, when I met Jeff and Tom, we thought that we should tackle that issue. We were interested in figuring out what self-esteem is, what psychological functions it serves, and how it serves them. So that was one of our questions. And then we had another question that was of pressing interest to us at the time, and I think is no less interesting today, and that's to try to understand man's proverbial inhumanity to man. We wanted to figure out why it is that people have such an annoying tendency to not be able to get along with other human beings who don't share their beliefs about the nature of reality. Why have people literally been kicking the crap out of each other since day one? If you look at human history, even from the most benevolent point of view, it's really not a pretty picture. It's one ongoing succession of genocidal atrocities juxtaposed with the brutal subjugation of designated in-house inferiors. And the only thing that's different is that for the first time in human history, we're now in possession of the technology to literally be the first form of life to extinguish ourselves. And you know, not even lemmings are that stupid as to do that. So we were like, okay, let's figure this out. So we, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we thought about self-esteem. Monday and Wednesday, we thought about prejudice. Fridays, we went bowling. And it was on our bowling team, the autistics, that we used to really have most of our cogent thoughts. And we did some experiments in our Kansas days that addressed both of those issues, but we really weren't making much in the way of progress until I got a job at Skidmore College in 1980, which is in upstate New York. And quite by accident, I was running up and down the stacks in the library trying to learn about personality theory because I had to teach it 2 days hence. And
I ran across a book, the title of which caught my eye. It was a book called The Birth and Death of Meaning by a recently deceased cultural anthropologist, a guy named Ernest Becker. And what's interesting is that Ernest Becker, when the interdisciplinary graduate program here started 40 years ago, Ernest Becker was at Simon Fraser University, which is like where? There, somewhere nearby. And Becker was writing books at the time, and there's three of them that are important for our purposes today. One is called The Birth and Death of Meaning. Another is called The Denial of Death, for which Becker won a Pulitzer Prize in 1973. And then another is called Escape from Evil. And in those books, Becker presented some ideas that we found stunningly provocative and of great interest to us, because not only did Becker address both of those questions, but he did so by providing a broad account of human behavior that really convinced us that those were actually the same questions being posed from different points of view. All right, and so what Becker said is, okay, what I would like to do is to come up with just a broad motivational account of human behavior. And as he puts it in the first paragraph of this Birth and Death of Meaning book, he says, why do people do what they do when they do it? Who's here? Who's students here? Who's student types? Are you reading like textbooks? Anybody reading textbooks? I know you read textbooks. Who's ever found them to be just a delightful non-pharmacological intervention for insomnia? You ever read a textbook and you're like, oh crap, I'm going to go into a coma in a minute? And I always found a lot of textbooks and a lot of journal articles to be just so laced with turgid jargon that I found them to be fairly impenetrable. And one of the things that I liked about Becker in my youth is that I like that question. Why do people do what they do when they do it? What are the basic motivational underpinnings of human affairs? And then Becker said, okay, but before we get started, we have to present what he called epistemological assumptions. And I teach at Skidmore. It's just an undergraduate institution, and whenever I say epistemological, people get all nervous, and they're like, I have no interest in urinary tract disorders. Don't be talking about that. This is a psychology class. You're more savvy lot, though. And epistemology is just the study of the philosophical underpinnings of the acquisition of knowledge. And if we had more time, we would dwell on this a little bit more, because what a lot of people claim, and I think that they're right, is that anytime you make a categorical assertion about the nature of reality, whether you're aware of it or not, you're making assumptions about what we can know and how we can know it. And Becker's view is that we should lay out those assumptions clearly and explicitly at the outset. And he has four of them, and I'll dance through them very quickly, and then we can get going. His first assumption, and this is great given what we're doing here today, is that no one academic discipline has a lock on the truth, and therefore, if we're going to answer big questions, they must be, for the most part, interdisciplinary in terms of how we approach them. And Becker was an anthropologist, but he also relied heavily on biology. He relied heavily on sociology, psychology, theology, literature, popular culture. They fired his ass, by the way, from Berkeley for doing that. He was in the anthropology department, and he said, I want to teach interdisciplinary courses. And they're like, yeah, you'll do that in the drive-thru at Taco Bell, not at Berkeley. And it was at Simon Fraser that he was able to do that. So he was big on the idea that if we want to address very broad questions about human affairs, it would be ill-advised to exclude in an a priori fashion ideas from disciplines that are beyond our own. And I think that's important. But his second assumption, he turns right around and he says, well, look, I think all ideas should be seriously considered respectfully and critically, but it doesn't follow from that all ideas are created equal. The way that I put it is that you have a right to be wrong. And Becker's point is that some ideas are better than others. And the way that we can determine that is through recourse to empirical scrutiny. So all ideas should be given serious consideration, but we should use empirical scrutiny to determine which ones are best. Now, again, I don't want to get hung up on epistemological concerns today, but for those of you that have a background in these matters, Becker's claims are not based on the assumption that the scientific method is a straightforward gateway to the truth. In fact, it's not, despite the fact that some of us presume that it is. Rather, from a purely pragmatic perspective, empirical assessment has historically served us quite well. And while it may not be great at identifying truth per se, it is very good at ruthlessly excluding that which is untrue. So that's his second assumption. First, we got to be interdisciplinary. Second, we have to be empirical. Third, we have to be practical and progressive. He's a child of the Enlightenment and also of the 60s. And he was big on using knowledge that we acquire through intellectual and academic pursuits to actually improve the lot of ourselves and folks around us. And I'll just leave that one as is, but I do think it's a good one. And then finally he said, you know what? We will also be best served if we develop our theories and position them in the context of Darwin's ideas about evolution by natural selection. Once again, not because the theory is necessarily true, which it is, by the way, but more so because it's the most successful theory in the history of scientific endeavors. And so with that in mind, what Becker asks us to do is to start with a single assumption. And there's only two assumptions, I think, today that we need to make. Assumption number one is just the basic Darwinian assumption that people share with all forms of life a basic biological predisposition towards staying alive in the service not only of survival, but also in terms of reproduction. Darwin called that the struggle for survival. A couple of head shakes for me for an emotional boost, if that makes sense. Living things like to stay alive. How's that? Is that okay? All right, this is Canada, and you can get away with that shit. But in America, you can't even say that without just storms of angry people charging the stage, trying to tear your heart out and show it to you while it's still beating before you die. But this is good that today, all right, living things like to stay alive. All right, but Darwin also noticed, though, that different forms of life have radically different ways of accomplishing that most arduous task of persisting over time. Silly but obvious examples. Eagles have great eyesight. Bats can't see anything, but they hear well. Dogs can smell pretty good. Skunks smell pretty bad, but because of that, they're able to stay alive. Well, what about people? Well, it turns out Darwin really anticipated modern psychology in many, many ways at various points in his intellectual life. And what Darwin pointed out is that people are in some ways a paradoxical form of life. And what he meant by that is when you look at the average human being in isolation from a purely physical point of view, it's not clear why we're here at all. We are, after all, not a particularly imposing species. We're not overly big. We're not overly fast. Our eyesight's not that great. Our sense of smell's even worse. We don't have sharp teeth. We don't have sharp claws. And the fact of the matter is, according to Darwin, that we're not biologically constructed to survive as independent individuals on our own. I don't want to clutter up our discussion today, but is anybody familiar with John Locke? Anybody do John Locke? Do they do him at all? You know how John Locke says in A State of Nature, people are isolated and independent individuals who fend for themselves? It's one of the stupidest ideas in the history of intellectual thought. And if we had more time, I would point out that most political philosophy in America is based on that patently erroneous assumption. But we'll save that for another time. The point that Darwin makes is that we're not here by virtue of our physical prowess. We are here rather because we're highly gregarious or social creatures, and we're also tremendously intelligent creatures in a very particular way. All right, so none of us would be here if we had to survive on our own, but because we're social creatures, we can cooperate with each other in the service of constructing and maintaining a host of elaborate institutions that facilitate our collective survival. English translation, you wouldn't be alive by sundown if you had to chase a squirrel on the lawn with your bare hands in order to eat. Right, but together we can build hospitals, we can build roads, we can build schools, Starbucks, as I see there's no shortage of here, and other things that make life as we know it not only possible, but fundamentally pleasant. Not only that, though, it's not only that we're social creatures, because after all, so are bees and termites and chimps. We are tremendously intelligent creatures in a very particular way. Right, and what Becker means by that, and here he borrows a phrase, and so do we, from a guy named Otto Rank, who was one of Freud's guys. Otto Rank said that people are so intelligent that we make the unreal real. As far as we know, people are the only form of life that can imagine something that does not yet exist, and then have the audacity to transform our dreams into reality. All right, student types, work with me. Who was doodling pictures of helicopters in his notebooks in the 1500s? Good, yeah. And what did people say at the time? Crazy, right? And who's ever been on a plane or a helicopter? I know many of you have. Isn't that amazing that today we are routinely transported by what was originally dismissed as the doodlings of a madman? Only human beings, and some of you are too young, but I still love this. Only human beings, as it were, to borrow a phrase from Nancy Reagan, can just say no to reality. If we don't like the world as it is, we can imagine how we might like it to be and alter it in accordance with our desires. I hope it's very obvious how the combination of excessive sociability combined with our fantastic intelligence is a tremendous recipe for survival and persistence over time. All right, well, so what? Let's go back in time. Darwin is in the 1850s, más o menos a couple of years. And let's go back to the 1840s and talk a little bit about the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. Who's ever heard of Kierkegaard? I'm looking at the time. I don't have a watch. I'm not checking my text messages, although it's tempting. Vodka, very good. All right, anyway. Kierkegaard, 1840s, tremendous visionary. Kierkegaard said, you know what? People are so intelligent that we actually come to realize that we exist. In psychology these days, they call that self-awareness or self-consciousness. And basically, Kierkegaard said, you know what? We are the only form of life that is explicitly self-aware, because it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive apparatus to render yourself an object of your own subjective inquiry. All right, that's cumbersome, but I think the point is much more simple than that. At the risk of embarrassing myself, who's willing to admit that you're not only here pretending to listen to me, but you know that you're here? So a couple of hands. Who knows that you're here? All right, Skidmore, 50%. I'm having a good day, but this is a savvy lot. The point is, and it goes more than that. You ever have one of these things like today? I was coming to UBC, and I was like saying to myself, oh, here I am coming to UBC. You ever have one of those? All right, and then I was like, here I am coming to UBC, thinking about the fact that I'm thinking about coming to UBC. You ever have that? Here I am thinking about that I'm thinking about thinking, and it's like, I need a large vat of alcohol to terminate this really pernicious cycle of self-reflection. But the point that Kierkegaard made is that you not only know that you're here, you know that you know, and you know that you know that you know. All right, well, so what? Kierkegaard's point is that a rose bush is here but doesn't necessarily know it. A skunk is here but doesn't necessarily know it. You're here and you know it. And that's the only other assumption I need you to grant, is that you know that you're here. Because what Kierkegaard said is that once you're smart enough to realize that you exist, you necessarily experience two uniquely human emotions that he called awe and dread, respectively. And he wrote this in a little book called Fear and Trembling. All right, let's go with the awesome part of it first, because let's be happy for about 30 seconds. Kierkegaard said, look, it is amazing to be alive and to know it. Again, rhetorical question. Has anybody just woken up high on life, where you get up one day and you're like, it is fucking great to be alive. Who's had one of those? You ever had one of those? You didn't win a Nobel Prize. You didn't earn $1 million. You just stand up, get a face full of fresh air, see the dew shining on the leaves when the sun glances off it, and you are just wallowing in spontaneous exuberance at the prospect of life itself. How about that? That is awesome. It is great to be alive. Hold that thought, because Kierkegaard turns right around and he says, yes, it is awesome to be alive, but it is dreadful to be alive. All right, first and foremost, Kierkegaard called this the paradox of finitude in the context of infinitude. But let's cut to the chase. All that Kierkegaard observed is that if you are smart enough to know that you're here, if you're not a child or an idiot, you also recognize that, like all living things, you are of finite duration. I don't want to ruin your day before lunch, but that means you too will die. Right, who keeps lists of things to do? Anybody? List keepers, walk the dog, pay the cell phone bill, die. That's not usually what people append to the end of their to-do list. And for good reason. Most of us, myself included, if we could postpone that in a relatively functional carcass, we would do so in perpetuity. So Kierkegaard's first point is that the awareness of death is a uniquely human affectation that gives rise to considerable psychological consternation. That reality is compounded, however, by the concurrent recognition that your death can occur at any time for reasons that you could never anticipate or control. I don't know about you, but if I knew I could live to 100 and I could expire with my family around me, yoked arm in arm, singing Kumbaya as they chant me into the afterlife, I might be able to accept that. I'm less happy with the prospect of walking out of the theater today and getting smote by a giant comet, or some deranged sniper, or somebody from Nebraska that didn't like my Darwin joke, or so on. And the point is that we know for a fact that it's not only that you will someday die, it's that you could die at any time for reasons that you could never anticipate or control. And then Becker, just to knee us in the metaphorical groin, he says, you know what? The other thing that we have a hard time with is the fact that we're animals. Again, I'm sorry that some of you are so young because you have no idea what I'm talking about, but who's seen the Elephant Man movie? I know old-timers. Okay, see, all the old-timers know this. Go see that movie someday. But anyway, remember when the Elephant Man guy says, I am not an animal? And I'm like, go, Mr. Pachyderm. I love that. I am not an animal, but of course that's wrong. He's an animal. I'm an animal, you're an animal. Like it or not, you are literally a breathing piece of defecating meat that from a crassly biological point of view are no more significant or enduring than a lizard or a potato. And the point that Becker makes is that those three realizations, I will die, I may die 10 minutes from now, I'm a breathing piece of defecating meat, a cold cut with an attitude, spam with a plan but no can, a talking sausage. I got a lot of other ones, but I'm going to stop in the interest of time. That all of those things conspire to render human beings potentially overwhelmed by debilitating terror. He just said, look, if that's all you thought about, I'm going to die, I might die immediately, I'm just a pulsating pile of biological protoplasm, we wouldn't be able to stand up in the morning. And yet you're all doing fine. You're not standing up, but you don't appear overly concerned. You should be quivering under your chairs, groping for Valiums the size of SUVs, but you're not. And so why is that? How is it that human beings are able to function with a modicum of psychological equanimity in light of the inevitability of death, which I've just argued gives rise to potentially overwhelming existential terror? Right. Well, according to Becker, our ancestors solved that problem quite ingeniously, but nevertheless quite unconsciously, through the construction and maintenance of what anthropologists today would call culture, right, which he defines as humanly constructed beliefs about the nature of reality that we share with other people in groups, in part to eliminate or reduce the anxiety engendered by the uniquely human awareness of death, which was in turn an unintended consequence of our vast intelligence. Right now, the question then becomes, well, how does culture serve to reduce death anxiety? And here Becker has 2 words. He says culture gives us meaning and it gives us value. And again, I like his words because they make sense to me. Right, let's tackle them in turn. He was an anthropologist. Let's talk meaning first. And what he observed as an anthropologist is that when you look at cultures around the world and throughout history, they appear superficially at times to be radically different, but in fact they share some very common attributes. All cultures account for the origin of the universe. All cultures provide a prescription for how it is that we ought to behave while we're here. And all cultures provide some hope of immortality, either literally or symbolically, to people who behave in accordance with culturally constructed standards. Right, I'm sure many of you are familiar with literal immortality. These are the heavens, the afterlives, and the reincarnations that are offered by all of the world's great religions. Right, but that's not the only way to perpetuate oneself over time. It was Plato many years ago who said, you know what? There are other ways to become immortal in a more symbolic fashion. That's why we like to build pyramids. That's why we like to amass great fortunes. That's why we like to write great books, discover things, even have kids, because we realize, well, we may not be here forever, but we're comforted by the prospect that some vestige of ourselves will remain nevertheless. And Becker's point, very simply, is that the sense that life has meaning is absolutely essential for psychological equanimity. Who's ever had a day where you just like, I don't know if life has any meaning? You ever have one of those days, like golf ball sized hail hitting you in the eyeball, and you know the car breaks, like, crap. No one, to my knowledge, says life is meaningless. What a great day. In other words, for the most part, to be devoid of meaning, to be disillusioned, as it were, is tremendously disconcerting. Because once we're disillusioned, according to Becker, that makes us demoralized, in which case we have no effective blueprint for how to behave. His point, very simply, is that to believe that life has meaning is necessary, but not, however, sufficient to be able to make it through the day. He says on top of that, that we also need to believe that we as individuals are valuable members of the meaningful world to which we subscribe to. And what he says is that culture also provides us with opportunities to feel good about ourselves. Again, rhetorical question. Who's ever, when you were a kid, dreamed of doing something great? Anybody ever dream of doing something great? Like, oh, I want to write a great book. I want to be a great athlete. Becker's point is that that's not pathological narcissism, that's the normal yearning of the human animal. We want to know what's our particular individual and unique place in the universe. And the way the culture does this is Sociology 101. It's through the provision of social roles with associated standards of appropriate conduct, the satisfaction of which allows you to perceive yourself as a person of value in a world of meaning. Right? And when you do that, when you think, I am a person of value in a world of meaning, for Becker, that's what self-esteem is. So that gets us back to the first question that I posed at the outset of this missive. According to Becker, self-esteem is the belief that you are a valuable person in a meaningful universe. The primary function of self-esteem is to reduce anxiety. And on top of that, self-esteem is ultimately a cultural construction, because while on the one hand, everybody wants to feel good about themselves, on the other hand, the standards by which you judge yourself to be a person of value are not generated internally. They're generated by the cultural milieu in which you reside. Therefore, that which may get you incredible self-esteem in one venue may get you ostracized or dead in another. And that's just something to think about, but I'm going to go on and let's tackle the second question. Why is it that people have been kicking the crap out of each other since day one? Right, here Becker has two thoughts, and I think they're both important. His first thought is that, well, you know, if what I've said is correct, if your beliefs about reality serve a death-denying function, then whenever you run into somebody who doesn't share your beliefs, whether you're aware of it or not, you have a problem. Because if you accept the validity of an alternative conception of reality, you are necessarily undermining the confidence with which you subscribe to your own beliefs, and therefore rendering yourself prone to the very anxiety those beliefs were designed to stifle in the first place. That's as close as I get to sophisticated today. Does that make sense? I'll say it one more time at the risk of annoying you. But the point that Becker makes is that the very existence of people with different beliefs is fundamentally threatening. Because if I believe that God created the earth in 6 days, and if the people of Borneo believe that the earth was created out of a giant coconut, well, if they're right, then I'm wrong. So if I accept the merits of another point of view, I am pissing on the basis upon which my psychological equanimity is constructed. So that's problem number one, is that the mere existence of alternative conceptions of reality is fundamentally threatening. All right, the second problem comes from William James, and this is the idea that culture, on the one hand, is a symbol, whereas death is a very real physical problem. And William James, this idea of the worm at the core, is a William James phrase, because he just said,
Those eggheads are at it again. Or not anymore, actually. They were working on several sites in the area, but the whole seismic event put an end to that. Since you're driving around all day, could you look for any surviving artifacts? And bring anything you find to the archaeologist camp, of course. Oh, and if there are any Arks of the Covenant or dinosaur bones, I want photos.
symbols are really, really powerful, but no symbol is powerful enough to overcome the anxiety engendered by the awareness of death. Therefore, there's always going to be what psychologists today call residual death anxiety. I like James's phrase. He said there will always be a rumbling of panic beneath the surface of consciousness. That what happens, anticipating Freud by decades, we take death anxiety, and it's so unpleasant that we repress it, but we got to get rid of it somehow. So what we do is to project it onto other individuals or groups of individuals that we designate as the all-encompassing repositories of evil, the eradication of which would make life on earth as it is in heaven. Be that as it may, either we run into people who are different, or we designate people as evil incarnate. So what? Then what do we do? Here Becker follows two guys, Berger and Luckman, Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman, in a book called The Social Construction of Reality. And what those guys say is, look, when you run into somebody different, the first line of psychological defense is to belittle, berate, or derogate them. Right? So sure, I believe God created the earth in 6 days before taking a well-deserved break. And those other people in the Borneo and the South Pacific, they believe that the earth was created out of a giant coconut. But then again, those are ignorant savages wearing grass skirts, living in tents, worshiping piles of sticks and mud. So of course those poor ignorant bastards, I'm being facetious, by the way, don't take me seriously, thank you. All right, but the point that Becker makes, and this is very important, is that when you belittle the possessor of an alternative view of reality as a not quite human, ignorant savage, that diminishes the threat that their alternative ideas poses to your own. All right, at the same time, we try to get people to dispose of their ideas and adopt ours. Christian missionaries, very good at that, but they're not the only proselytizers on the planet. If that doesn't work, just kill those assholes, thus proving that your God and your beliefs are superior after all. From Becker's point of view, we cannot understand why people have a long-standing inability to get along with folks that are different than themselves unless we're willing to consider that part of the animosity is a consequence of an inability to tolerate someone who does not share your death-denying illusions. All right, well, so what? So far, I haven't said anything except to tell you what Becker says about the way of the world. And in 1980, when I first ran into Becker's ideas, I was like so excited about them that I wanted to go tell all the psychologists on Earth about these cool ideas. Now, you guys are being gracious because you're still sitting here, but psychologists do not share either your tact or diplomacy. So the first meeting where it was a big academic conference, and I was talking about these ideas, and there were over 300 psychologists there. And by the time I finished talking, there was like 50 of them. It was like they were elbowing each other, trying to get out of the room. It was like some mortified mob at a soccer match when the stadium was on fire. And Jeff and Tom, my buddies, they're like, oh, look at those people. They're running away. They don't like it. And I was like, no, they love it. They're just trying to get out of the room to look at the paper that we've not yet written about these ideas. And so we wrote a paper, and we sent it to this place called the American Psychologist, which is a big journal in our field. And we were like so psyched, and we get this review, and it had one sentence, and it's like, I have no doubt that these ideas are of absolutely no interest to any psychologist alive or dead. All right, and so anyway, Tom and Jeff are like, I don't think they like it, and I was like, no, they're being coy. They want us. All right, well, no, they were not being coy because the paper was then rejected at every journal on Earth, including Parade Magazine and Good Housekeeping. And so 5 or 6 years later, I'm at a cocktail party at a meeting of the American Psychological Association. I'm standing next to the president, who's also the editor of the journal, and I'm like, yo, man, or yo, Dr. Man, show some respect. Yo, you should publish our paper. And he's like, yo, you should provide some evidence for these ideas. Now, I'm an experimental social psychologist, and it never occurred to me that my training and my PhD, which I always argued was a method in search of a question, and that I had gotten a doctorate unscathed by knowledge, all of a sudden I was like, oh, this is unbelievable. That's what we were trained to do. So now, and that's what we did for the next 30 years. We've basically developed some paradigms that have enabled us to test these ideas. And I'm going to sidestep one line of research where we demonstrated that self-esteem does indeed serve an anxiety buffering function. And I want to tell you more about the other line of research, which has to do with establishing that your beliefs about the nature of reality serve a death-denying function, because that was the one that people said, you'll never be able to test these ideas. Becker was mocked out of the academy because his ideas were dismissed as unscientific by virtue of not being testable. And we had an idea, and if you're going to have it, do it while you're young. So we had one idea 30 years ago, but it happened to be a pretty good one. And our idea was this. We said, okay, if Becker is right, if your beliefs about reality serve a death-denying function, then let's have people either think about their own death, or in a controlled condition, let's have them think about something benign like watching television, or something unpleasant but not fatal, having a limb chopped off, being in a car accident and being rendered paraplegic, giving a talk and puking on the people in the first row who were not particularly enthusiastic about that. Yeah, there you go. I'll duck this way if it happens. All right, and then our thought was, well, you know, and then let's measure their reactions a couple of minutes later to people who either share their beliefs about reality or who are opposed to them or merely different from them. our logic was, if Becker is right, if your beliefs about reality serve a death-denying function, then when you're asked to think about yourself dying, you should need those beliefs metaphorically even more, and we should be able to detect that by more positive reactions to people who share your beliefs and more negative ones to people who are opposed or merely different. How's that sound? Does that make a little bit of sense? All right, so the paradigm is very simple. People come into the lab and they think they're in a study of how personality attributes influence interpersonal judgments. Right? And then they fill out a boatload of personality assessments, and those are actually what we call filler items to distract the participants from the actual nature of the study. Right? And then right in the middle of these personality questionnaires, we ask people to respond to two open-ended questions. Please briefly describe the emotions that the thought of your own death arouse in you, and jot down as specifically as you can what you think will happen to you as you physically die. Does it make sense that that makes you momentarily aware of your mortality? All right, then a couple of minutes later, in what in our early days used to be presented as a different experiment in a different room with a different experimenter, we asked people to just make judgments about their fellow humans. And so in one of our early studies, I did this one with Jeff. We were in Arizona, I think, at the time. Jeff's always been there. I think I was on sabbatical with him. But anyway, we had Christian participants either think about their mortality or think about something negative or benign. And then we asked them to evaluate other students who were almost identical, except some reported coming from Christian families and some reported coming from Jewish families. All right, in controlled conditions, our Christian participants did not differentially evaluate the other students as a function of their religion. How's that sound? That was great. However, after a reminder of death, the Christians liked fellow Christians a lot more, and now they hated Jews. How's that sound? All right, now, this is not about Christians. We use them because the 5 Jewish people in Arizona were busy that day. And so in Israel, if you ask Jewish people to think about death, they like Jews a lot more, and they hate Christians and Arabs. In India, if you ask Indians to think about death, they like fellow Indians, they hate Pakistanis. In Australia, if you ask Aborigines to think about death, they love Aborigines and they hate the immigrants that came from the penal colony back in the day. My point here is that this basic effect, the tendency in response to a reminder of death to like someone who's similar and to disparage someone who's different, has now been replicated by independent researchers in over 20 countries in more than 5 continents. I say that not to brag. In fact, I say that to establish that these effects are quite robust. They can be obtained by folks besides ourselves. They occur in children as young as 8, and in older folks as old as 90 so far. And so that's a very robust finding. Not only do reminders of death influence your attitudes, they also influence your behavior. So in a very clever study by a German colleague, he had German people either think about dying or something unpleasant but not fatal, and then he just asked them to take a seat in a room where there was 9 chairs, and in the middle chair was someone who either looked obviously German or obviously Turkish. And what he was interested in was how far away you sat from the target person in the middle as a function of their ethnicity, as a function of whether or not you'd been reminded of your mortality. Sure enough, under controlled conditions, same physical distance, irrespective of whether or not it was a German or Turkish target. On the other hand, after a death reminder, the participants sat pretty much as far away as they could from the Turk and almost in the lap of the fellow German. Point is that these effects are not only attitudinal, they're also behavioral. We did another study where we gave people an opportunity to actually physically harm people after reminding them of death. And when people were reminded of their mortality and given an opportunity to actually hurt somebody who did not share their beliefs, they were exponentially more violent as a result. I'll give you one more study just to give you a flavor of some of these works. We did a study with an Iranian colleague a few years ago that I find very scary, frankly, where Iranians who were reminded of their mortality became more enthusiastic about suicide bombing and more willing to become a suicide bomber as a result. We went to America. Americans are practical. They're not going to blow themselves up, but they're happy to blow up other people. So we had Americans think about dying or something unpleasant, and then we asked them how much they supported preemptive nuclear, chemical, and biological warfare against cultures that pose no direct threat to us. In controlled conditions, Americans across the political spectrum were violently opposed or virulently opposed to preemptive attacks against people who pose no threat to us. On the other hand, after being reminded of death, American respondents, particularly those who reported being conservative with regard to their political orientation, were now wildly enthusiastic about preemptive nuclear, or as George Bush would say, nuclear and chemical and biological warfare. All right, two other things, and then we'll wrap things up because I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary. We also know, thing number one is that these effects can also be produced outside of the lab. We have a paradigm that was developed by colleague Bob Wickland in Germany, where we stop people on the streets and we interview them either in front of a funeral parlor or a grocery store. And our thought was that when you're stopped in front of a funeral parlor, whether you're aware of it or not, that might bring death thoughts to mind. All of the effects that I've reported for the most part so far can be obtained in natural settings when we stop people in front of a funeral parlor. Even more scary, you don't need to know that you've been thinking about death consciously for these effects to occur. All right, so we developed what's called a subliminal death crime paradigm. If you come to my office at Skidmore, I can have you read stuff like your email on the computer, but while you're doing that, unbeknownst to you, I can flash at 28 milliseconds so fast that you don't see anything, either the word death or the word field. And sure enough, people subliminally exposed to the word death, even though they haven't seen anything, produce the same effects that our supraliminal death reminders produce. My point is that these effects are robust. They can be obtained outside of the lab, and you need not know that you're thinking about dying for them to happen. All right, well, so what? All right, well, one of the things that Ernest Becker mused about at the end of a book called Escape from Evil, and this sounds awfully dire, but he was like, you know, I don't know if humans are a viable form of life. Maybe this is not going to end too well. Who knows Nietzsche's work? Does anybody know Nietzsche, the gay science? All right, Nietzsche, one of my favorite lines in the gay science is when Nietzsche says, consciousness is the most calamitous stupidity by which we shall someday perish. I was like, oh, okay, that's uplifting. So anyway, I took a few years off and worked in a restaurant after I saw that, because I didn't find that to be, how should we say, I didn't like that idea. Nevertheless, it might be true. We are a relatively young form of life, and although we've been fantastically successful in the short run, maybe self-conscious pieces of species meat, not too good once you mix them with nuclear weapons. Right, but to end on a more positive note, because I don't want you to go out and drown your sorrows in despair, let's turn it around and let's just think about, are there ways, are there mitigating factors? Do we know anything that could kind of take the edge off the more ugly reactions that we've produced in the lab when we remind people of their mortality? And in this regard, I am cautiously optimistic based on some of the research that we've done over the years. And I'll tell you 3 or 4 things. Thing number one is we know that when people have high self-esteem, All right, I'm speed talking at this point, but high self-esteem is not the same as narcissism. You talk about that amongst yourself, because America is a petri dish of narcissism and is a pathologically defective in terms of genuine self-esteem. Be that as it may, when self-esteem is elevated, either situationally or as dispositionally high, people don't respond defensively when they're reminded of their mortality. So that's one possibility, is to create genuine self-esteem. Another possibility is to encourage worldviews that value tolerance. All right, and this is tough because in my world, those would be called liberal worldviews. And in America right now, that's like a dirty word, like gallons of pus are tumbling out of all of your bodily orifices. But what I tell my conservative friends is like, yo, you should get a dictionary. That's that big book holding up the back of your pickup truck behind the trailer park. I'm like, look up that word. It means tolerant and open-minded, right? What's wrong with that? And it turns out that when people embrace so-called liberal worldviews, they don't respond negatively to other people when they're reminded of their mortality. Right, it cuts both ways, though. When I'm talking to liberal people, I'm like, yo, you should get a dictionary. That's that big book under the 12-foot bong in your closet, you Birkenstock-clad, Volvo-driving, granola-chomping hippie. Because that means to save, and surely there's nothing wrong with preserving the hard-won experiences and knowledge that we've gotten over the years. This is a story for another time. It might not matter because who's aware that there's a high heritability quotient for political attitudes? You ever have a discussion with someone that you disagree with, and you're like, how could that bastard believe that? Yeah, they can't help it, neither can you. Some of it is just fundamentally genetic. If you read Science last week, they found a gene upon which liberalism may reside. Who knows what that may mean? All right, be that as it may, raise self-esteem, encourage the development of worldviews that value tolerance. We have another thing that my buddy Tom developed. It's called the common humanity prime. When we ask people to think about dying, but then we remind them that everyone on Earth is really, who's aware of the fact that humans are a very, very inbred species, that we all derive from a very tiny population of somewhere between 200 and 2,000 individuals that went through a genetic bottleneck from a single neighborhood in southeastern Africa. When you tell people we have more in common than we are different, that has two virtues. It happens to be true, and it also takes the edge off these mortality salience reactions. Finally, I like, anybody do Camus? Does anybody know Albert Camus? He in one of his notebooks scribbled a little phrase. He said, come to terms with death. Thereafter, anything is possible. And we're doing some studies now with people in like hospice settings and palliative care settings where we're trying to learn from what goes on there to help people come to terms with their own mortality. And at least in some pilot work, what we found is that when people are more comfortable with their own mortality, death anxiety doesn't go away. It just doesn't get repressed and then manifest itself in malignant ways. So I'll leave you with one thought, and thank you very, very much, by the way, for coming today. Like I say, I love coming here. I also hope if you have questions or want to see any of the work based on what I've said today, that you'll not hesitate to contact me, Sheldon Solomon, Skidmore College. You can find me on the internet or ask the UBC folks how to get in touch with me. Finally, though, I am cautiously optimistic. Camus, again, anyone read The Plague? Anyone read The Plague? Love that book. So the last sentence in The Plague, Camus says, we learn in times of pestilence that there is more to admire in mankind than to despise. And who knows, but maybe that, but just maybe, that's the case. Although some of these ideas are admittedly a bit dark, they may, on the other hand, impel us to do some things that in retrospect we will be proud of. Another thought, Thomas Hardy, the dead English novelist, He said, if a way to the better there be, it comes from taking a look at the worst. So hopefully there is a way to the better there be, and taking a little bit of a look at the worst is going to help us in that regard. So thanks a lot. Have a great day. I hope I get to come back. I get to come back. Thank you. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear okay? I can't see you all that well. You hear all right? Anyway, thank you all for coming this evening. I feel like a bit of an anomaly, and I asked to go last for two reasons. One is that I knew everybody else would be incredibly prepared and really uplifting, and that I wouldn't be prepared. But the real reason is that, when I heard about the theme of the event, visions for the future, it kind of made me a little nervous, because truth be told, given the work that I do as an experimental social psychologist, I'm not sure the future is all that auspicious. But with that in mind, let me give it a try.
About 30 years ago, when Sheldon was a graduate student at the University of Kansas, he and two of his fellow...
Why is the world?
Based on the theories of social scientist Ernest Becker concerning how humans deal with their own sense of mortality. He is professor of social psychology at Skidmore College and is the author or co-author of over 100 articles and several books. In this series of 6 episodes, Dr. Solomon discusses the shape the world is in interviews, conversations with colleagues, as well as in his classroom and at public presentations. He and his guests rely on current research and past writers whose arguments hold true today. The goal is to bring fresh ideas into public discourse. This episode explores mental health in America.
I have joked, but in all earnestness, that America is a petri dish of psychopathology. So, and the statistics are very grim. National Institute of Health says 12% of Americans are currently depressed, and a third, will be depressed at some point in their lives. I don't know, 20%, más or menos, of Americans are addicted to drugs and alcohol. And, and these percentages are far higher than in other industrialized countries, and they're 10 times higher than they were in the U.S. After World War II. It begs the question, why is unhappiness and various forms of psychological disorders, so why are they so rampant at this point?
What is at the heart of the problem of individual mental health in America?
What Ernest Becker has to say about these matters is that it's the awareness that we will someday die that renders us uniquely human, and that we attempt to transcend death heroically by embracing a meaningful conception of reality that gives us a sense that we're people of value, and that brings out both the best as well as, unfortunately, the worst in us. We're fundamentally meaning-seeking creatures who need to perceive ourselves as valuable contributors to the world that we subscribe to. And so one possibility is that not enough people have a viable and compelling view of the world to enable them to stand up in the morning with a confident sense that being alive has any meaning or virtue. Nietzsche, makes the famous proclamation, God is dead. And, everybody knows that. What happens in the sentence thereafter is when Nietzsche says Christianity has become unbelievable. What Nietzsche was referring to was that the worldviews that connected us and sustained us for thousands of years, for better and worse, are no longer viable means for securing a durable sense that we're people of value in a world of meaning. As Ernest Becker pointed out, that in no way has effaced the underlying yearnings that have not been replaced by more suitable belief systems. We believe in money, and we believe in immediate gratification resulting in a preoccupation with conspicuous consumption. And because we're alienated both from our bodies and from nature, given that both reek of corporality and finitude, here we are, stuffing our face while we stuff our pockets, while we piss in the pool. And if anybody challenges the merits of our way of life, we'll nuke them. It's not that we don't believe in anything, but it could be that we believe in too many things, and they're not beliefs that are particularly benevolent either to ourselves or to the world around us.
I don't know. I think people know it's not working. Like, there's so much anxiety, there's so much depression, there's so much violence in people's communities that we enact all over the world, in people's homes. We know it's not working. I think there's just a profound denial of that.
Yeah.
When people are not functioning well, when people are full of anxiety, when people are suicidal, what are they lacking? They're lacking faith in a meaningful sense of reality, and they're lacking faith in a sense of significance within that meaningful reality. People having difficulty sustaining a sense that life is meaningful or that they have significance, and when they don't, they turn to drugs, alcohol, they have anxiety-related problems, depression, etc., impulses towards suicide. In order to feel like we're meaningful beings, significant beings in a meaningful reality, we have to, in a sense, deny our own creatureliness.
Right. I'm a finite animal in a natural world subject to the vagaries of nature and ultimately will no longer exist.
We have to deny our creatureliness as best we can, and that means we have to distance ourselves from our own animality, from our own creatureliness. We have to hide our creatureliness. So we have to develop all these rituals of how we eat and where and how we defecate and urinate and do all the creaturely animal things we do. Has to be kind of culturally constructed to make it seem like meaningful human activity rather than just animal activity.
Right.
So one of the things that we found in our research, and Jamie Art and Jamie Goldenberg have kind of taken the lead on this, is that when people consciously think about death, they tend to have good intentions in terms of their health. Oh, I'm going to exercise more, I'm going to eat better. But when they're not constantly thinking about death, but death is sort of percolating on the fringes of consciousness, we strive for self-worth. We strive to show how beautiful we are, how strong we are. And so we end up doing things that actually enhance our chances of not living long. So what the research shows, you remind people of the mortality, and you ask them how much sunscreen they want. They want more sunscreen when they're consciously thinking about death. But a few minutes later, they want less sunscreen. Yeah, they want to tan more. They want to be tan. They want to feel strong, and they take more risks. Right? So you think that when people think about death, they become less maybe risk averse. It's actually quite the opposite, because by taking risks, we're trying to enhance our sense of self-worth.
Martin Seligman, when he was the president of the American Psychological Association, pointed out that, despite the fact that we live in a world that, technologically and materially things have never been better, there's epidemic levels of everything from depression to obsessive compulsive disorder to social anxiety. And, from an existential point of view, following Ernest Becker's ideas, we've argued that this is kind of death anxiety run amok, not so much to claim that death anxiety causes all these various psychological disorders, but that it might be part of the picture. Clearly not all of it, though, but how does that jive with your experiences actually doing the work in the trenches?
I think that our affluence is a major problem because it does present a challenge to meaning. When affluence is framed as a goal in itself, and when you don't have the affluence or you don't have material things, you're devalued, and you're devalued relative to how much you have. So it's an unending thing. And I think this issue in our culture of wealth equals human being, human worth.
Yeah.
And it does that on every level. We have the luxury, I think, to not be driven by the basic human needs, right. And because of that, it opens up this big gulf of like, why are we here? Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
And then the focus is, well, it must be about pleasure, it must be about money. And I think it's true. People find this, this sense of being driven before they find a sense of seeking for meaning. How do you optimize mental health in a society?
When we declare somebody crazy, it's not necessarily because they're deluded. Quite the contrary. It's because of an incapacity to have a viable shared illusion. In that sense, it gets us back to the Beckerian point that the essence of normality is not to see things precisely as they are, but to find a serviceable veil. And I just find that a very provocative way to think about things.
How do society's values affect mental health?
Google and Apple is like, we're changing the world and everything's getting better and we're going into space and we're gonna live forever. And the reality is we're so disconnected from each other. Everyone's looking at their phone instead of each other. You're disconnected from your own body. They're inventing a thing that tells you when to drink water. It's crazy. We have something that tells us when to drink water. It's called thirst.
Oh, I get it.
And this is progress, supposedly, but progress, I think, is their concept of progress, or the societal concept of progress, is to move ourselves away from being a human as much as possible.
There comes a point in all cultures where they're just no longer believable. We no longer share a common vision of what it means to be alive and what it means to be a human being, what it means to be American. We are disillusioned and consequently demoralized. We just don't have anything to believe in, or what we believe in is too narrow to suffice as to give us the broad sense of meaning that we need to be happy as human beings. If all you believe in is the Dow going up or down, or whether the Yankees won yesterday, or when the fence is going to get built to keep the Mexicans from coming in, those are belief systems, but that's no different than an OCD person not wanting to step on the crack in the sidewalk. Those are too narrow to serve as sources of psychological security. A lot of people do believe in the American way of life, but they're battered psychologically by adhering to standards of value that can't be realistically attained. So Seligman said, look, whenever a large chunk of humanity in any given group, whenever they appear to be struggling, we need to look at the values. And we need to ask ourselves, are they realistically attainable? You're not a rock star, and if you're not an Olympic athlete, well, what you need is a ton of money and raw power. And of course, those of us that grew up in the last century, we were taught the American dream, this idea that, like Horatio Alger, if you work hard enough, you can be like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. And the problem is that may have been somewhat true. I think it was to a degree for white guys at the end of World War II. But the fact of the matter is that there's very little economic mobility in Los Estados Unidos. You're more likely to get out of poverty in Bangladesh than you are in America. And therefore, when you're middle-aged, you're working for minimum wage, and you're like, well, who is there to blame? Well, you're supposed to blame yourself. And I think that's one reason why a lot of Americans have a hard time feeling good about themselves. Women are subject to the same pressures, but even more, because they're held accountable for impossible standards of physical beauty. You have to be thinner than a piece of linguine. You have to be perpetually young. And so the point that Becker would make, and that I subscribe to, is we are in an excruciatingly painful cultural milieu where our children are taught to value things that cannot be realistically attained. And we're producing a generation of psychic cripples as a result, because we no longer live in a world where it is acceptable to be acceptable. The average person is, after all, average. There was a time when I was in college where a C was an acceptable grade. It's average, it's acceptable. Well, the kids of today, if they get a B minus, they come into my office, threatening to disembowel themselves. I worry about the youth, and I'm not the only one worried. I don't know if anybody saw the New York Times earlier this week about the kids in Silicon Valley killing themselves, because if you get to high school and you don't have a patent and a startup company, and if you haven't started a nonprofit or walked across Bolivia while you're solving calculus equations, then you're just not good enough. A lot of our difficulties are the result of the psychological turbulence of not having an unambiguous consensus about what it means to be an American. I think that we subscribe to values that are realistically unattainable. And I think that those existential concerns are magnified exponentially by the rampant uncertainty that's intrinsic to the economy having tanked, and the essential evisceration of the middle class. Here we are in a generation of rising expectations at the same time where there's in fact diminishing opportunity, and people are not surprisingly unsettled by that.
What are the sources of the problems?
So Becker has this whole rap in Escape from Evil, especially, where he talks about why communism never works, never works. He says because Marx did not understand
The need for inequality.
human psychology,
Yeah.
basically. It all sounds great in principle. And I think, why can't we all be equal? We're all the same. Everybody's on equal footing. Nobody's better than anybody else. And we share everything. Why can't we do that? Well, from Becker's perspective and the terror management perspective, we can't do that because we need to feel special in the context of a larger framework. And so we need lessers so we can feel like, well, so if your ideology is Nazi, you want to be a better Nazi than the other Nazis. If you're a Christian, you want to be a very good Christian. But you need that larger thing to buy into. And so what happens every time communism is enacted, you get a Mao. You get a Lenin. You know, one of the points Becker liked to make was that they mummified. Here's this atheistic, supposedly rational culture that mummifies Lenin, and people go visit Lenin's tomb. So no matter what, we're always going to need idols of some sort because of the fear of death, because we need to believe in something bigger that we can then be part of. And that helps us feel transcendent of death, by being part of this great thing. So you just have to have the great thing.
I think some of the values that underlie that, this sort of like technological progress of living forever is kind of this like valuing eternal youth, valuing owning things, like this concept of power and having everything at your fingertips, including having power over others, having power over the world, having power over your own mortality. What you want is to be famous and powerful, therefore let's try to make your own humanity, power over your own humanity, your own mortality, as opposed to, I think, values of intimacy and being challenged by other people and being humble, and the beauty that's there. It's like a more, I think, not to be like hippy-dippy, but a more spiritual type of power, the power of relationships to other people instead of over people.
We've given up those more communal-oriented, nature-oriented ways of making sense of our social and our physical lives. It's been overwhelmed by capitalism, by the pursuit of wealth, the pursuit of prestige. So we've got a hero system that's gotten so tied in with consumption and accumulation, possession.
Merlin and I of the same generation, you know, we go back to the days of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, when Thatcher said, societies, there's no such thing as societies. They're just individuals. And, you know, first of all, it's one of the stupidest ideas in the history of intellectual discourse. It's one of the few things that's unambiguously false. But we've actually fallen for that. For a large chunk of human history, we valued people by what they did and how they did it, not by how much they had. And you didn't see yourself as an isolated individual. You saw yourself as embedded in a community that not only served as sustenance and support while you were here, but you took it for granted that you were the momentary representative of an ancestral line that dated back, way back. And you were not the be-all and end-all of existence, but rather just you're here now, and then there'll be folks after you. And it was just taken for granted, you know, for most of human history, that you were passing through, but always connected to the past, connected to the future, and dialed into the present.
The culture is marvelously, wonderfully hypocritical. There's a lot of sniping going on. You know, think of all the rant talk shows that it's in fact sniping and an attempt to bring down other people, but without taking responsibility for the rage that's underneath it all.
Okay, so Kirby, where does this rage and bitterness come from?
People really aren't feeling as if they belong to a group that can have some kind of effective, healthy freedom to act in society. You know, people feel anxious, they feel isolated.
I do this work and research with sexually violent predators, and the way the public views these people is that they're the worst of the worst, they're monsters, they should be put away without any chance of being, you know, ever released. There's a competing view is that they have rights, and so that's the rights view. But I think ultimately they're never seen as human.
Right.
They're a threat to us. And what's never acknowledged, the denial part, is what our society's done around sexuality.
That's right.
That creates these people who,
Yes.
who actually at some point, many of them are out of control. It's very easy to look at their lives and see lives of abuse and neglect and environments that emphasize sex as a way of building your self-esteem and as an escape, as an addiction, as an escape from any anxiety that you might have. That incredible, need to escape, which is what Becker was talking about, escape the reality that confronts us, and how we help put people in that place,
I like the Rollo May book because it's right in the wheelhouse of the contemporary heroism initiative because, written in 1991, I believe, and Rollo just says it straight out. He's like, our society is languishing because we lack compelling myths that offer people opportunities for non-destructive, heroic transcendence. And then he just eviscerates the American dream and points out that it is shallow, narcissistic, and malignantly destructive of the person, the environment, and anything else. That pretty much sums it up. Yeah, so that pretty much sums it up.
I do think that a lot of what he was saying about mental disorder and about existential crisis in general within modern society is very apt and very prevalent in society.
In our society, people are so focused on materialism and all of these aspects that are kind of a distraction from the denial of death. And I know that Solomon has talked about some studies where people, when presented with ideas of death, are much more likely to spend money or be aggressive to someone else who's a different race or a different gender. And so I think that that's applicable to a lot of things that are going on.
And the scary part is that we're living in a society that's, you could think of it negatively as false, as phony, as something that's really distracting us from what's real. And that's scary, and that eventually distractions aren't going to suffice, and that people are going to be faced with their existential dilemmas and crises.
And I'm thinking of Sheldon's work, which would say that you could chase endlessly around the barn trying to solve issues of rights, but really what's at stake is this deep personal terror. I'm not fully alive and happy. Make me happy.
The eggheads really should send a full-time offer your way, or at least appoint you their patron saint. I don't know if that's a thing with science, but I feel like it should be. If I were you, I'd keep an eye out for a novelty-sized greeting card and your photo in every textbook. In the meantime, I thank you on behalf of the whole scientific community.
It was this dichotomy of like, The following video contains explicit sexual details from underbelly.com. I'm proud to have a platform where these women can share their stories next month. All right, Haley. Haley, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Miami, Florida. I grew up in Miami, Florida. North Dade.
Tell me about your family.
Ooh, I had 2 siblings, both older sisters. My father was a homicide and robbery detective. He joined the force in the 80s when the cocaine cowboys were at its peak. So I had a lot of interesting stories growing up with my dad. My mom was in the banking industry, and then she quit to enter hospitality, bartending. And we were, for the most part, well-adjusted children, big family, big holiday celebrations. We were into equestrian. We did dance, gymnastics, swim team. We were busy. My parents kept us busy for the most part.
Sounds like a solid family.
You would think. Yeah. It was, there were some dark parts too, though. You know, I had 2 older siblings, and watching my older sister, I think she was 14, I think I was right around 8, and my parents were having behavioral issues with her. She was my half-sister. I didn't find that out until I was 18. And there were behavioral issues with her growing up, acting out when she was 14, not coming home, sneaking through the window. And I remember as a child, I was in elementary school, I think I was right around 8 or 9, and I would go to my friend's house down the street in Miami, and I would play with her after school or, go over for dinner. And her brother would walk me home at night to my house. I was never allowed to walk home alone. And my sister's belongings and her clothes would be scattered all over our front yard with garbage bags. And that's when I learned that she was forced to go live with my grandmother, because my parents could not get her under control. There was just a lot of issues, and I would be getting up for school in the morning with my middle sister, who I shared the same school with, and my mom and my 14-year-old sister, half-sister, would be in the bathroom fist fighting, throwing down, because she was making us late for school, or she wasn't getting ready on time. And that's, I think, where my childhood trauma started. Watching that kind of violence at 8 years old, 9 years old, with your mom and your sister. I mean, it's maybe not horrifying in the moment, but when you grow up and become your own mom and you become a mother, it's horrifying. It changes your perspective a little bit on family. And then my dad, my dad being a homicide and robbery detective, that was, he was never home. He was always on call. A lot of birthday parties and social events that he would miss out, which, as a child, you don't understand. But again, when you become an adult, you start to understand. You have bills to pay. You have children to feed. You have money that you need to make, a mortgage to pay. So I never had resentment. As I got older, I understood that concept. But we moved out of Miami due to the fact that my father was running into people that he was putting in jail. And then our house got broken into. That was when my father and mother decided that we needed to move, and that he could no longer be a police officer in Miami with us in the same area, knowing that he's running into these perpetrators. And I'm talking like dirty cartel, like bad people. And then our house got broken into, so we moved. And we had a house built in Loxahatchee, which is out west in West Palm Beach, Royal Palm Beach area. I was 12 or 13 when we moved. Rode equestrian. But there was such a disconnect for me when I moved, because going from Miami, where all my friends were biracial, different economic status, different races intertwined, and then coming to Loxahatchee, where when I went to high school, I got made fun of a lot because I didn't look like a white girl. I had black curly hair, I looked Italian, I looked European, and I got teased a lot for the way I looked. And high school was hard. And I had my 2 older sisters, and high school wasn't good for me. It was where a lot of my sexual abuse started. I had a friend in middle school and in high school, and that was the first time I was sexually assaulted. I would go over to her house to sleep over, and her 20-year-old brother would come in and wake me up at night. And when you're 13, you don't really understand the full... You think it's a crush, you know? Oh, I'm 13, I have a crush on my friend's brother. And the next thing you know, he wants to have sex with you. Or he wants to hook up with you. You're 13, you know? And we never, you know, it never got to that length. And then it was to the point where I would sleep over and she would have to lock her door. And her mom was buying us alcohol. And when we would come to her house, her brothers would give us weed. So it was like the party house. I would go over there and we would have alcohol, we would have marijuana. You know, it was not a lot of guidance in her house. And eventually I stopped sleeping over. It just got really uncomfortable and awkward. My freshman year of high school, my sophomore year of high school, I had pretty good grades. You know, I was pretty solid in what I wanted to do with life. And I was an equestrian rider. I competed. I had a thoroughbred and a quarter horse. And my dad and I were training my quarter horse and breaking her in together. It was a father-daughter probably one of the happiest memories of my dad. And then that all changed because I was hanging out with people I shouldn't be hanging out with. You know, having older siblings, sometimes you run with an older crowd. And we were going to clubs at 15. You know, the girls that I went to school with that I considered friends. We were all going to nightclubs. We were all drinking. We were getting in. And at 15, I was at a friend's house. Her aunt was leaving for the weekend, and we had to stay with at her house to watch the horses and take care of the barn and the house. And we went out that night, and we ended up having people come back to the house. And I was raped. And it happened just like that. 1 minute I was in the pool with my girlfriend and 2 guys. Next thing I couldn't stand up. I was having difficulties in the bathroom changing my clothes. And then one of the guys walked me into a bedroom and said, I think you need to sit down. And at that point I had only had 2 shots of Bacardi. I wasn't aware of what was going on. And I ended up in the bedroom. And he was on top of me, this 22-year-old man that I did not even find attractive. I didn't even like. And I started feeling pressure in that area. And I started crying, and I told him that it hurt. And I asked him to stop. And he looked at me and said, "Let me just get my nut and be over quick." And I just remember laying in the bed, and I turned my head to the left, and I just looked at the door, and I just started crying.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave him a hard time right back.
I don't even think we were fully finished, and his friend walked in. And his friend started laughing at me. Because I was and he ripped me, so I was bleeding. And that was my first experience with a man ever. I woke up the next morning extremely sore. I obviously was aware of what happened. I just wasn't aware of the details. So I called him that morning and asked him if, you know, did you at least work? Like, did you at least have enough decency to wear? And he laughed at me and asked me if I wanted a relationship with him. And that was the first experience I ever had with a man, pretty much. So I was everything. It ruined everything for me. And about 6 months later, I was heavy into drugs at that point. I was doing cocaine, a lot of Xanax. I was drinking a lot. And I was out of control because I had all this trauma, all these things that were happening around me and to me, and I didn't know what to do with it. And I in my household, we didn't talk about things like that. It was very taboo. We don't discuss things like that. It was very much sweeping everything under the rug and pretending like everything was fine. I came home one night from like a binge. I think I was gone for 2 or 3 days. And my mom and dad had been sitting at the dining room table, and they called me over, and my sisters were out of the house. And they sat me down and told me, like, you're living a fast life. The direction of your life is not good. And if you don't stop, something horrific is going to happen to you. And I just remember saying to my parents, like, it already did. And I fucking hate you guys for it. And there were some things that happened after that with my parents. My dad was very upset. He felt very disrespected. But they put me in therapy. Never asked me what happened. They just put me in therapy. And I was crazy for a long time. You know, I know this is confusing. I was in therapy while being abused by Jeffrey. Yeah, if you can believe that. And my therapist had told my mom, your daughter is displaying severe signs of sexual abuse and assault. But HIPAA, the way it works is because I was her patient, there was only so much information she could give, even though she was my parent. So nobody knew what I was going through or to the degree or magnitude of what was happening to me because I wasn't opening up. I was scared. And when I met Jeffrey, I thought he would make it all go away. And I met Jeffrey when I was 16. I had just turned 16 years old. I was recruited at the Canopy, which was a beach resort on Singer Island, by a classmate. She was the same age as me. And she recruited me and gave me his number. And within that week, I picked her up. I picked up Tony Figueroa, who was an adult male. And all three of us drove together to Jeffrey's mansion, and they told me it would just be a massage, an easy $200. And that's not what took place upstairs. I was brought upstairs, and Jeffrey came out in a white bath towel, and he wasn't wearing anything else, just the white bath towel, and there was a massage table set up. And it was like a room within a room. So it was the master bedroom, and then you would walk into the bathroom, but it wasn't just a bathroom. It was a steam room, a sauna, a shower. It was like a room within a room. And when Jeffrey came out in his towel, it started off pretty innocent. You know, I had my clothes on. He was laying on his stomach with the towel on, so I was just rubbing his back. And he flipped over and it became something completely different. And he grabbed me on the backside so firmly that it like pushed me into the table to get closer to him. And at this point he had asked me to take off so I was just in my, and that's when he started to touch me in places, and he brought out sex toys, and I was completely uncomfortable with that. And the look on his face of disappointment, it was like being bullied or being berated because you didn't want to do the drugs. And in that hour, I was abused for that entire hour. And then he forced me to do things to him as he and finished himself. And in that room, he looked at me and said, well, you're going to come back when I call you, or you're going to bring a friend. And he gave me that ultimatum. And that's what it was. And as a 16-year-old, you can imagine how terrifying that must be for anybody after already going through a horrific sexual assault. I made a decision out of survival, and I stand by that choice. Do I regret it? Yes. Do I wish that I could have been an adult in that moment? Do I wish that I could have had somebody guide me? Do I wish that somebody would have came in and ran and opened that door and grabbed me? Absolutely. But all I had was me. I had to make a decision.
You were 16?
I was 16. I wanted to get out. And I was in his orbit for 2 years after that. And it was horrifying. When I turned 18, after being abused by Jeffrey for 2 years, I decided that it was time that I move. Because legally at 18, you can move. You have that option. So when I turned 18 years old, I decided to move to Orlando, Florida. So shortly after Jeffrey, I moved. And I tried to start a new life. And I tried to start a new chapter.
How often were you seeing?
Great job. I hope the elders of Northlock are happy now, or someone cuts their phone line. Either one is good with me. Anywho, now that they don't need the old generators, could you take them back to the logistics terminal for service? Someone might need them again after all.
Jeffrey?
I think I went to his house maybe between 24 and 35 times through those 2 years. So maybe once a month. You know what I mean? It wasn't, maybe once or twice a month. I wasn't as frequent as most people think I was. And I brought, I think, 8 to 10 girls. But I went to his house more than once with those girls. So I was a recurring customer, I guess, or a victim, I guess you could say. But the girls had come with me more than once. And when you did something horrific, or if you brought someone to Jeffrey that he didn't like, you would know about it because he would scold you for it. And then he would say to you, I told you the younger the better. Do not bring me this girl anymore. Don't ever bring her back to my house. I had him say that to me 3 times. He reprimanded me. And I didn't like the way it made me feel. I didn't like being in his presence. I just wanted out of West Palm. So I moved. And I moved to Orlando, Florida. I was an exotic dancer for quite some time, a couple years. I fell in love. I was 19, and I met somebody, and it was the first time in my life that a man didn't force me to have sex. It was the first time a man didn't expect me to have sex. It was literally a man who wanted nothing from me but just to be in my presence. And he was murdered in 2006. And that was probably one of the most horrific experiences of my life. To have such bad experiences with men, and then to meet somebody that instead of wanting to take from you, they just wanted to be there for you. And to have that kind of friendship, and to be able to sit in silence with a man, and for him to understand what you've been through without questioning you, without asking you, but to just be there. It was something I had never experienced before in my life with anybody of the opposite sex. So I took his death extremely hard, but it was a sobering moment for me. It was a very sobering moment for me because at that point I decided to get off drugs and to try to clean up my act, to like actually make a solid attempt at like, okay, girl, you got this. Like, we can do this. We have to get ourselves together. And that night he was murdered. My mom and my aunt came and picked me up. And it changed my life forever because that same week, everything hit the press with Jeffrey Epstein. And my name was tarnished and dragged through the mud. And so when I say I lost everything, I lost everything. And everyone. I lost my family that day. I lost my boy. I lost a lot. But looking back in hindsight, when you become an adult, I realized that there was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't the problem. I just needed somebody to sit down and listen and hear me and to see me and to believe me. I was called crazy. I was called a lot of things when I came out about Jeffrey, and I was not lying. I was not crazy at all. And it's a very re-traumatizing thing to go through when you're a child trying to balance life, school, trauma, and then, you know, by the time I graduated high school, I think I was 18, there was nobody left in my house. My sisters had been moved out, so it was just me. There was nobody to really look after me or protect me. Until my mom, I think at 16 or 17, my mom gave up her job to be stay-at-home. But it was too late. I had already been trafficked. And people think that trafficking means that you're sitting in a cell block or you're sitting in a garage, like, you know, with handcuffs on, and you're not allowed to go anywhere and you don't see daylight. And it's such a huge misconception of what trafficking is. And fast forward to bringing us today and seeing how everything has moved through the media and has been outed so publicly. You know, I think people, including the public, often forget that while everybody's reading these files and gossiping about the girls instead of trying to find justice for the girls, we're seeing this in real time, the same time that everybody else is seeing this and reading this material. We did not get a heads up. We got nothing. So it's re-traumatizing even more. I never, in my wildest life, imagined that there would be these kinds of heinous crimes or material in these files. When I stood at the Capitol and I advocated to release files and that I wanted to be transparent because that is what's best for America, for the people, for the public, for everybody. It needs to be out there so we can move past it. What I wasn't expecting was children being sacrificed, or the adults that were also contributing to the abuse of minor children. I mean, how do you recover from that? How does America recover from? You can't fix it. It's out there. And I think in retrospect, if we knew that this is the kind of salacious material that was in the files, maybe decisions would have been slightly differently in how we handled it. But because Epstein is the first huge public pedophile that has been so public, nobody knew how to handle us, the victims. Nobody knew how to cope or how to help us. This was a learning curve for everybody, for the victims, the police department, the government, and it's been horrendous. It's been ugly. It's been re-traumatizing. And when you open those files and you're seeing my name pop up or the names of other girls that have also too been out, we're real people. We're real people with real trauma. This isn't just a Netflix documentary. This was our life that we lived as children. And I can't fathom staying quiet or staying silent. And I can't understand how a government can sit back for whatever reason, whether it's CIA, intelligence, or for whatever reason. Why are we sacrificing the children of America and around the world for our government affairs to keep everybody in line? Why is that a thing? That should never be a thing. Whether it's for government, whether it's for experiments, nothing. You never sacrifice children. That's not what we stand for as human beings. And seeing all of this unfold has been devastating. But we lived it and we survived it. And the children in all of this that came from broken homes, that came from poverty, that came from maybe parents that had drug addiction, we are the outcome of that. We are what is left of Epstein. And in some capacity, when you take those files and you take the fragments that you received, nobody has been exonerated. Nobody should be getting off. Everybody should be investigated. I was a 16-year-old victim that was recruited and brought into this. And yet in Florida, during the 2009 investigation, I was brought in for a grand jury. I had to testify in front of a grand jury because the world thought I was a co-conspirator. So when I did this and I went in front of the grand jury, I was not indicted because I'm not a co-conspirator, I'm a victim. And that was proven in the system, that was proven in courts. That's my testimony. My testimony of all the abuse and trauma that Jeffrey has put me through. But why? Why was no one else brought in for a grand jury? There were adults that were actively abusing us. There were co-conspirators that were actively abusing us. Nobody had to go to that length to prove they're innocent, but the child in all of this. It always comes back to the house you grew up in, the home that you were raised in. In 2023, I believe, I'm a full-grown adult, and I was physically attacked by my sister. And it's public record, and the words will never not resonate with me when things like, I wish you were dead, the things that come out of people's mouths because they can't understand the trauma, they can't understand the situation. The parents out there that have children that want to protect the children, they have to start educating themselves and getting in front of this and having honest conversations. We all, unfortunately, the abuse of our story in Florida with the children is that we were to bring other friends into this trafficking ring. That was the abuse. That was something that in 2023, when DeSantis had the press conference in Florida, he made all the files on a state level public. And the first thing the judge said was, this is the most heinous crimes I have seen against children. And the thing with Jeffrey Epstein, and I will never forget hearing this on Tucker Carlson, he was talking about what is the attraction to 14 and 15-year-old girls with braces and not fully developed. And he said, Jeffrey wanted to destroy the innocence out of children. It was a power that he wanted from children. And when you think about that, there is nothing more sinister than somebody that wants to break down a child for their own personal gain. But looking back on everything and the way that this whole case has been handled in Florida with all of the corruption, we may have some of the files, but the damage has been done to the credibility of the government. The damage has been done to the credibility and integrity of the entire case. Because no matter what documents now are released, it's already been proven that there's been damage done to those documents. So at what point as a nation do we stand up and do we say to each other, this is non-political. This is about the direction of our country and the direction that our government is taking us in. It's not a good direction. When you start gambling and sacrificing the children that you're supposed to be protecting, it stops becoming a safe place. And without children, without us protecting children, whether our own or others, where does the future lie? We're just creating more damaged people and then making it impossible for them to get therapy? It's a vicious cycle, it sounds like. But this story of Jeffrey Epstein is not just about pedophilia. This is about a two-tiered mechanical system designed by man in power to hold that power, to sustain that power over the constituents that he depends on, the government depends on. And we as a nation need to understand that we put these people in power, and we have the power to take that away from them. And unfortunately, with the children in this case, and with the young women in this case, we have all been so traumatized, not just with our home lives, but with our own country and our own government. So release the files, unredacted, and let every person in this country and around the world see how far we've gone away from God. It's dangerous.
It's insane that we're accepting that the files were released, but only some of them, and parts are blocked out, and it's like, how is that acceptable?
It's not acceptable, and they're breaking the law by their own admission into signing in the bill for the Transparency Act that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna passed. And the problem that we're having is there's people in power that are not being held accountable from the top. And until we hold them accountable, until we hold them responsible and force them to come in and testify and to have open investigations to decide who is involved and who is not, it will never be anything more than a story about a billionaire pedophile who had an island. And it seems as though if we don't come together and try to make changes for our country, this is going to be a repeat pattern. It's going to happen again. And the fact that they're redacting all of these perpetrators, but not redacting the victims, that is another assault on not just the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That is a war, an act of war on every survivor, every child, woman, and man that have come forward to talk about their own abuse. You can't intimidate us, not with your smear campaigns, not with your threats, not with your lack of empathy. This will come out. It may take 10 years, it may take another 20 years, we don't know. And like I said, with the credibility of this entire investigation and the entire case starting from 2009 back in Florida, we may never get the full truth because it's already been compromised. And that is the reality.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing.
For our country, absolutely. I take a look at Europe, my Northern Europe. I love my Nordic countries up there. I've done a lot of media with them and I've had a lot of conversations. The world is laughing at us. We are ran by a pedophile. We're run by pedophiles. And there's no way you will ever convince me that a group of 40 young girls could come forward with the same story and that the country actually believes that we were fabricated or that we were a Democrat hoax. You can't fake that kind of abuse. It doesn't happen.
What do you think people misunderstand about the survivors?
Oh, there's a lot. I don't even know where to unpack. One thing that I feel like nobody ever touches on this, and I really need people to understand this, to understand the scope and the magnitude. Not everybody was trafficked. A lot of the girls in Florida were sexually abused by Jeffrey. Some were trafficked, majority were not. New Mexico, that we don't talk enough about. I would like to know more about New Mexico, but from my understanding, there's been a lot of experiments and a lot more dark sacrifices and horrific crimes against humanity. That needs to be investigated. But then you see that they just stopped, the DOJ is demanding them to stop the investigations, and it's like, here we are again, met with more resistance, and I think the writing's on the wall. I mean, there's only one reason why somebody wouldn't want to investigate possible crimes against children at a ranch. And, you know, that's huge. And I think that speaks volumes, and other countries look at that like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And it is embarrassing. But it's interesting that geographically, when you look at Florida, New York, and New Mexico, all the abuse was different. The older girls that were models, mostly from my knowledge, were more trafficked out to other individuals and corporations. And yet the children in Florida, majority of us, were kept for Jeffrey. And then New Mexico has kind of been the silent factor in all this, hasn't it, until recently with the files. And so that's something that the public needs to understand, is that the abuse was different geographically. And I know that may not make a lot of sense to a lot of people. It doesn't make sense with me. But unfortunately, Jeffrey's not, well, I don't want to say unfortunately. I guess it's fortunate that he's not here, but it's also unfortunate because we have so many questions that we would like to have answers to. But also to, you know, with the public is, I understand if you've never been trafficked, if you've never been sexually exploited or abused, or you've never gone through that sort of trauma. It's very hard to understand, and I get that. But get educated. Please educate yourselves. Go talk to people that run coalitions, nonprofits. Research what trafficking is to its core and what exploitation is. You know, I hear a lot of people say, it would never happen to me. You know, that is the first person it happens to, unfortunately, is the person that is so arrogant and ignorant to think it would never touch them. This was in our backyard. Jeffrey was doing this in our backyard. He did it while we were at school. You know, it's a very difficult thing to grasp.
Do you see hope for the situation in the future here?
I'm hopeful because of Thomas Massey and Rokana and their diligence and just their remarkable tenacity. It's incredible to watch. They're not letting this go. And they give me a lot of hope for America in general, and especially for the Epstein files to be released. And it's incredible to watch how this, in the very beginning, seemed to be a partisan issue. But as we're seeing, it's becoming more non-bipartisan as the time is going and more documents are being released. And now you have more Republicans like Mace and Luna that are coming out saying, oh, no. We want this released. We want the files out. This needs to be exposed. So I do see a lot more people showing interest and genuine concern for what's in those files. But until those people in the files are brought in front of a grand jury or brought in for questioning and investigations are opened up, I'm gonna remain calm and not too over the top with my hope. I'm going to try to be neutral and positive, but realistic.
It's laughable and embarrassing that it's okay to edit or redact these files and release them that way.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
And it's deliberate. And that's the part we need to start talking about.
Okay, here's your files, but we're taking out the important parts.
So ironically that you're bringing that up, because I've been probably one of the only survivors that have been very vocal on wanting transparency, to the point of where I've been like, don't redact my name. I don't care. I don't care if it's unredacted. I don't care if it's redacted. I don't give a crap.
Everyone's names seem to be out there anyway.
Well, and that was kind of like, well, there was two reasons for that. My first reason was I've never been protected. Why would you do it now? My name's been public for 23 years. There's no new information on me in that file.
Well, the names they're editing out are really the people in power.
That's the problem we're having, is when I said I didn't care if my name was redacted or not, that was not to signal that we want to redact the perpetrators. And you know, it's really something to see when Thomas Massey has to get on the phone with the DOJ and say, why is this name redacted? Les Wexner redacted? Really? Are you kidding me? That man was the staple in Jeffrey's life that was, honestly, this would never have been possible without him. And again, I didn't need the files to know that. The files were to prove to America. I've been knowing that. I don't know if America has dabbled into a Les Wexner on a deeper scope. Go look at Abercrombie and Fitch. Look at the boys they trafficked through the modeling agencies. This is why it's so huge and why the files need to come out. Is because this is not just about girls that are underage and not just about children. There are boys in that file. There are boys that are now grown men in that file that have never seen a day in court, that have been shamed into silence because of the stipulation and the horrific conversations circulating homophobia now. And they're scared to come forward, a lot of them. It's like, at what point do we sit back and say, these are the most heinous, egregious crimes against children and men and women that I have ever seen. And it is absolutely unacceptable for any government official to block the perpetrators in this. Ehud Barak. Oh, don't even get me started on him. I don't dig into the names very much because I wasn't trafficked. It wasn't my experience. But when I've heard stories about Virginia's book and Ehud Barak came up, and he was the prime minister, and I'm going to say his name until I'm blue in the face because I don't think there is a more heinous perpetrator in that whole file than Ehud. Not only did he rape these girls and traffic these girls, he physically abused them. What are we doing as a nation? Are we not upset enough? Are we not angry enough? At what point do we take the side of the children? And do we say we have to go to war? It's been the children in all of this that have been going to war and battling things, not just externally, but internally. It's not just the sexual abuse with Jeffrey. It's the trafficking. It's the smear campaigns. It's the threats. There are so many of us that are still in complete fear because even though Jeffrey's dead, what about his accomplices? And then you have Ghislaine Maxwell. And I've been very outspoken about this with the Democrat female caucus. And I've said this in Congress. Why is she not back in prison? Why haven't we done that yet? You saw the files. America's seen the files. We know that she is more than a co-conspirator. She is a pedophile. She partook in all of this abuse. She aided and abetted Jeffrey's crimes. She partook in the crimes. And honestly, in my opinion, she was more so of the mastermind. And her abuse was just as horrific as Jeffrey's, if not worse. And yet she is in a summer camp. And I have been very vocal about why aren't we investigating who made that deal? Who made that deal? Where did that come from? Trump and his entire administration, you need to come in. Because as least you can do is explain why you're in the files and why she got a deal. Bring Todd Blanche in. You can't talk me into believing that Todd Blanche went to talk to Ghislaine alone and there wasn't a deal that was made. There have been deals that have been made since the very first day. How many children are you gonna bargain until you do the right thing? At what cost? How many more survivors have to die? How many more of us do we have to take our own life for you guys to see this is serious for us? Some of us are drowning in our own shit, hoping that someone throws us a goddamn life preserver, and everybody, including the adults, back then in 2004 when we were being abused all the way up until 2026 are just sitting back and watching. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I applaud Thomas Massey. I applaud Ro Khanna. I could be 60 before I see anybody go to jail for what was done to me or to the other girls. That is the reality of this. And every day that we wake up fighting this, people look at us and they say, you're resilient, you're strong, you're courageous. And I look in the mirror every day and all I see is a mother. An overprotective mother who has seen evils in this world that has consumed her, that has taken away stability, trust. It's taken away everything that women are compiled of, love, nurturing. Those things don't get talked enough about in trauma. But when you've endured things like that, it makes the way you interact with other people very difficult. Showing affection, trusting people, being able to go to work. I have a full-time job and I have to work through all of this. You know, those things can be complicated. Those are obstacles that we on a daily basis have to go through. So at the end of all of this, regardless of how long it takes, there's already been collateral damage. The damage has already been done. You can't undo it. You can't fix it. The only thing that can even equate at this point is arresting and investigating every single co-conspirator and perpetrator on that list. That is the only thing that's left to do. And here we are.
It looks like they're all going to just walk away unscathed, while you guys, all the victims, are dealing with death threats and all the crap you guys have to go through.
You know, I do believe that's true, and it's a reality that I try to steer from because I want to be hopeful. I want to wake up tomorrow, and I want to love my life. And I want to believe that there will be an end to this. But, you know, unfortunately, I've also had to be realistic. And what the ending looks like in my mind versus what the ending is going to look like in reality, I have to understand those are two separate things. They're very different. And I have heard a lot of representatives say that unfortunately they might be shamed, they might be embarrassed, they might lose their job. And I'm okay with that. I've come to accept that may be what is all that is done. But at least the victims don't have to keep carrying that shame and that burden anymore. Let the perpetrators, let the co-conspirators, let them carry that. The children shouldn't have to anymore. It's not our burden. The adults knew. All the adults knew what was going on. The police knew. The FBI knew. Our government knew. So when you say about the survivors, when the public says or makes comments, well, you could have just left. Oh, yeah? The cops could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and followed up. The FBI could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and actually investigated and did their damn job. The DOJ could actually feel some remorse and guilt about the way they've handled this document and file release and actually decide to make a change today and do the right thing for survivors, for the children in this. The adults are still failing. The country's failing. And until we start having those honest conversations, it won't change.
All right. Haley, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on all of this and telling your story.
Thank you.
I hope things get better for everyone, for the country.
I'm praying. It's hard to read those files and not be affected. You know? Like as a country. But we all need therapy now after reading those files, if you want to be honest.
But as a survivor, it's got to be so difficult to know that nothing is really being done.
It is. It's terrifying because I look at my girl, my daughter, and she's 12. And I look at her every day and I'm like, God, I did not go through what I went through for her to go through it too. I am doing the best I can, co-parenting with my ex-husband, to make sure that I have a child that's very grounded and assertive and very well aware of the nature of what's out there without terrifying her, without pulling that light from her. That's hard to do as a parent. That's really hard to do. But when you see all these other countries opening investigations, countries that I went to, that I've done media with, are doing more for their constituents than my own government, it might take the United Nations to get involved. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take for people to wake up and say, those conspiracy theories that we were all laughing about 10 years ago, saying how crazy this can't be true, never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would be at the center of it all, or a part of it, or attached to it. And I'm sure the other girls feel the same way. Jeffrey is a stain on all of our lives, including the government. That's blood on their hands. They have to make it right. And there are good people that are trying, but we need power, and there's power in numbers. So more people that join this fight, the better the result, the better the conclusion, and that's what we need.
All right. Haley, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hug somebody today. Make a difference today. Pay it forward right now. You can. Pay it forward.
All right. So, Michelle, you are the sister of Terry, a young man that I interviewed a few years ago on Skid Row. And Terry passed away tragically.
He did. From what I gather, he died on his actual birthday. But his body wasn't found, or we weren't notified until February 2nd, 24. So January 21, from what I can gather, he partied for his birthday a little extra hard and lost his life to fentanyl that day. He knew he was going to die of fentanyl. He made that pretty clear. Or drugs in general. He did not. He didn't ever see not being on drugs, because there was no other way to numb the agony, if I had to guess, if that's the right word, anguish, as he would call it, of his life.
And you're specifically talking about your father.
Yeah. Our father, the way that he raised those boys, my two brothers, he didn't really have a good hand. He didn't have a hand in raising me much. He didn't have a hand in raising Dawn. He didn't really have a hand in raising Damien. He didn't have a hand in really raising Nicole either. Nicole always was, she was with Granny, so she didn't really have to endure the same thing as the two boys did. But I would say Lil Terry and my other brother Gary took it the worst. And I mean, they took it bad.
Tell me a little bit about your dad.
Woo.
You told me you were...
I mentioned earlier to you that I used to refer to him as Satan in the flesh. And that I would, when I would talk about him, I'd be like, well, anytime somebody wanted to know anything about him, I would just be like, well, the best way I can describe him is Satan in the flesh. Because you can comprehend the amount of evil that must be coming from that word. Like, if you have any idea what Satan is, and then somebody tells you that this is Satan in the flesh, you can just imagine that that's what you actually are thinking, like, wow, that must have been a bad person. But when I actually tell you what that looks like, you start to think to yourself, well, he was evil. He was really evil. And to me, Satan and evil are the same thing, like super evil. What did he do? Well, what didn't he do? Maybe that's the better question. What didn't he do? What I know he did, I know he beat his third wife, Mary, or fourth wife, whatever one she was, so badly in front of me one time that I think that might be one of the most traumatic events that have ever happened in my life. And there's been enough to go around. But that particular day was pretty bad. And he beat her like, I don't even know, like unrecognizable. She was pregnant at the time. I was 12. I visited from Florida. He had won a lawsuit after being hurt. He was paraplegic. We know that from Lil Terry's interview. He was paraplegic, and he was something, He was like this, it's like an ape, like how they're so strong up top. He carried all this weight around on a walker. He couldn't use his legs, so he couldn't wiggle his toes. You could have stabbed him in the leg, he wouldn't know. But he would walk around on a walker and do all kinds of things that regular people could do, but he did it with no legs. But some of the things are really evil, and I'm going to go back to that. So the day I went to his house, I'm 12 years old.
This is in Alabama?
Yeah, I visited. So I lived in Florida already. I moved to Florida when I was almost 12, so I'm already living in Florida. And he gets a lawsuit from being injured. And he calls my mama, or she calls him or something. I don't know how they ended up on the phone, but...
How was he injured?
He fell off of, he worked for the Army Corps of Engineers at the Lock 17 Dam, I think is where it was located. But he was climbing up in the dam, and he got up to like the 14th step of the ladder, and the ladder piece, the metal part of it that connects to the inside of the dam, fell out of the wall. And he went down to the ground, and he broke his spine in half. I think I was like 5 years old or something. I was born in 75. I think that was in 1980. And by 1987, he's getting 86, 87. He's getting a lawsuit, a pretty good chunk of change. He buys a 38-acre plot of land out in the country, buys a racing horse, buys three-wheelers, buys nice cars, like I'm talking collectible cars. He told me that, I asked him what he spent all the money on. He told me cock, cocaine, and hookers. I mean, that's what he told me. I'm his daughter. And I asked him, what did you spend all of that money on? He said, cock, cocaine, and hookers. And it was good. That was literally his explanation. And in all of that, I will say he was not gay, so don't think it was because he was trying to get after male cock. That wasn't it. He liked fighting roosters.
Oh, I see.
So
cockfighting.
Cockfighting. So he enjoyed a good cockfight. And he enjoyed having a very, very, very expensive range of roosters that would be part of cockfighting because he wanted to win. He made money and he hustled on the side, and it was the gambling piece of it all. And he enjoyed that a lot while he snorted a lot of cocaine and enjoyed a lot of hooker activity and all of that. That's where the money went. So cocaine, hookers, and cockfighting. So he also bred bull mastiffs, the dogs, these big dogs. Oh my God, you've never seen a dog like he would. He trained those dogs to be literally like killers. They were his legs. So he needed protection. Not really. I mean, he couldn't run, so the dog would do his running for him. But the way he trained those dogs was, he trained them to take guns out of people's hands. Do you know what I mean? Like, they weren't just trained to be they weren't just dogs. These animals were trained to get the gun, to attack, to kill if needed, to be all of the things. And these are massive dogs. They're strong as hell. They're scary as hell. He used to keep them on those railroad trains. The chains that at the railroad track, in between the carts, the big railroad train. Those dogs used to be chained up with chains like that. And they would have to carry those like 100-pound chains everywhere, and they'd be chained outside. And they had a bolt in the floor at my daddy's house. They had a bolt in the floor that the dog was chained to. And it had a 5-foot chain on it. And if anybody came in that house and tried to do anything, all he had to do was tell that dog, and that dog got him inside the house. He was, I don't know. I got lost with the story of that. I apologize. But I know that in general, he did some of the most extraordinary things. Cocaine, hookers, beating the wife.
Most people have no idea how much of their life is circulating online. Your name, your phone number, old addresses, sometimes even the people you're connected to. Details gathered and sold by data brokers you'll never deal with directly. You don't have to be famous for this to matter. What's unsettling is how quietly it happens. Your life broken down, indexed, and traded without you ever knowing. And once it's out there, it's almost impossible to track where it goes. I use Aura, today's sponsor, to deal with that. Aura finds these sites selling your person for 14 little.
Back to that story, I'm 12 years old. I go to visit him. I'm coming from Florida to visit. He sends money for me to do so. But my mom tells me, so think this through. Mom says to me, you're going up there to see him. You are not allowed to tell anybody in our family that I'm allowing you to go there. You can't tell Mother. Mother's my grandmother. I always called her Mother. You can't tell Mother. She will not. Nobody wants you to be at his house.
You had a reputation.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. My grandmother, so I'm like, okay, because I really want to go because he's enticed me. I'm 12. And he's got all this money, and he's bought this horse, and he's bought this big old farm, and he's got 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers and cocks and chickens and beautiful vehicles, and life is good. And I've got a little brother I need to meet, Gary, my other brother that's still living. And all of this, and your stepmama's pregnant, and she's going to have twins, the whole spin. So I go to visit. I'm there 2 days. 2 days. And Mary decides she's going to go get drunk, pregnant, with my brother in the car. I mean,
She's pregnant with Terry.
No, she lost those babies.
Oh.
Terry came after that. She
lost those babies to miscarriage, or?
I mean, would you call it a miscarriage? I mean, maybe.
Or from the abuse?
From the actual beating that she took that day.
Yeah, she lost the baby.
In my face. I will say this, when she rolled up on that 38-acre plot of land in Green Pond, Alabama, which is where we were at the time, she came up, she's in a convertible, cherry red, with white leather interior, show car, Chevelle or Chevette, I don't know what those things are. It's a long car, real long square, convertible white top, white leather on the inside. It's a show car. She's driving that thing drunk as she could be, coming down that driveway, flying down the driveway with all the dirt coming up and all this stuff. I can understand why he was angry. I get it. But he tried to kill her, and there's a difference between, that and that. So she pulls up, and she gets out of the car, and he tells me, when he figures out she's drunk, to go inside and get him the gun, because he's going to kill this whore. I didn't do it. I'd been there 2 days, and I hadn't seen him in I probably hadn't seen him in 2 years. It's my first time I'd been there. And you want me to go get a gun so you can kill your wife? Oh my God. So I hide, but he's hysterical outside. He eventually makes his way into the house. She gets out of the car. She's got my brother with her, and he makes it inside the house. He gets the gun himself, and he shoots the gun 2 times in her direction. I'm there. My cousin, I always said cousin, I don't know, family. Another kid was there that's family, and then my little brother Gary is there at this point. This is later on. She's already come home drunk. She's already outside. My daddy's already gone and got the gun, and I wouldn't go get it for him, and he had to walker his way to go get it. So there's some time in the middle of this all happening. But he shoots at her 2 times. He explains to me that if he really wanted to kill that whore, he would have shot her because he knew my shot's better than that. She decides she would come inside the house even after he shot at her outside, which makes no sense. And she's drunk and she's pregnant. And my brother's crying and all this stuff is going on, and I'm 12. Point of the story is that after he shot at her, she still went inside the house. This sounds insane, but she did do it. She still went in there and cooked dinner, drunk, crying, at the stove, and he sat on the couch. And the gun that he had shot at her with, he sat it down the side of the couch right here. When she went to go, she made his, I don't know what she was thinking. I've never been able to comprehend why she did this. I'm never going to be able to wrap my head around it, but she walked over to him with that plate of spaghetti in her hand after he'd already shot at her outside. And when she went to hand it to him, he hit that plate and grabbed her arm, and that was all she wrote. He beat her. He beat her and beat her and beat her, and she couldn't get loose. You could not get loose from him. It's like dealing with a chimpanzee or an ape. Like, you're not getting free of this. You're not. You're not getting out of these hands. He wore a size 18 ring finger. I mean, he's huge. Like, he's a big man. He's just humongous. He hit her in the back of the head twice with the gun. He had the gun in his hand. Her head was just gushing blood. Her nose was on the side of her face. She had blood coming from everywhere. She's bleeding vaginally. She's bleeding everywhere. This is the thing that is so mind-blowing, and I'm going to get there, and I know this has taken me a while. It's what happened after he beat her like that keeps me, it always kept me in a place of, how did he do that? And what it is this. She couldn't move. She was knocked out. She was dying. She was at his hand, and she was pregnant, and she's gushing blood. She's gushing blood. She's gushing blood. He tells all of us that y'all need to go get in the car. I'm gonna have to take this fucking whore to the hospital. She's gonna fucking die. Of course, she's. He picked her up. I don't know how to tell you that a man on a walker who cannot use his legs, can pick a grown human up with one hand and pick that human up and toss her and walk and pick her up and toss her and walk and then pick her up and toss her in the car. And then tell us that we need to get in the car so he could take this fucking whore to the hospital because she's gonna fucking die. Anyways, we end up driving down the road. It's dark outside. It's pouring down rain. It's like a scene out of a horror movie, but it was my real life, which is so questionable. Day 2. Day 2 visiting from Florida. He pulls up. You would think to yourself, the police are going to get involved. Somebody's going to do something. My grandmother doesn't know I'm in the state. Somehow something's going to happen here, but nothing ever happens. We just keep driving in the car. We don't get pulled over. Nothing. I can't make any phone calls. Nobody knows I'm in Alabama. I'm supposed to be in Florida. I can't tell my grandmother what's going on, and I can't call my mom. And I'm stuck in this shit right now, like, for real. we're driving to that hospital. It's myself, Gary, and I don't know how to explain who this guy is. It's my grandmother's husband's son. So whatever that guy is to me, that's who he was with us. So we're all together and we're all about the same. Gary's little though. I think he's 3 years old at the time. I'm 12. That makes pretty good sense because we're about 10 years apart, so that works. He ends up driving to the hospital with a stick. That's the other piece that you got to understand. He's thrown a woman into the car one-handed, paraplegic. Then he gets into the car and drives in the rain from Green Pond, Alabama to the hospital that has the blue star. And I'm not real sure which hospital that is in Alabama, but there's a hospital over there that has big blue star. I think it's Cooper Green, I'm not sure, but it's the one with the big blue star. So he drives to the big blue star hospital, to the ambulance entrance or the ER entrance. The only thing I can tell you is we pulled up where the ambulance usually goes. I'm 12 years old, like, you know, we pull up to this where the ambulance is in trauma. He leans across. He's been driving with a stick the whole time. We pull up.
A manual transmission with no legs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's impressive.
No, this is the way he lived his life. And so he pulls up to that hospital. He slides his body like over like this and opens that door and just pushes her out. And then takes that stick and hits that gas pedal as hard as he could. The tire's just spinning. It's been raining, and the door slams closed with him pushing that gas like that, and the tires screeching. He left her laying there. I can't tell you what happened. I know she lived. I know she had 2 more kids after that with him. I ended up calling my grandmother. Oh my God. She ended up getting me off of the airplane. Like, I told him he had to take me to the airport. Like, I got to go home. I can't stay here, you know. Like, I'm 12 at that point, and long story short, I know she lived. I know she had 2 more kids. Terry was the next baby after those twins.
And your father is deceased now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. October 29th, 2016. Now, can we just, out of the clear blue sky, I get a phone call October 29th, 10 p.m. My brother Gary calls me. Hey. I didn't know he had my phone number. Let's just talk about that. I had no idea he had my phone number, but he called me, and that was baffling. And he tells me, hey, I'm just calling to let you know that Daddy's dead, and he killed himself. Oh. I'm about to go into a Great Gatsby Halloween party. That's where I'm at. I'm in a gown headed to a Great Gatsby party, and I get this phone call, my dad's dead. And it wasn't like, you know, like, the thing is when he told me that he was dead, I was like, oh my God, the world's a better place now. That's a good thing. Like, that's what I actually thought. Like, I genuinely believed, and I still believe, that this world is a better place because he does not live in it. And what I'm going to say to that is, as you know, I have an audio recording. I shared it with you. In that audio recording, you know, I was asking him, I was going to go see my brother Gary, and I hadn't seen any of these people. When I say that, I mean my father, my brothers, my sister, those people that are part of that group of my family. I hadn't laid my eyes on them since 2003 until 2016. So I had spent 13 years in a great separation from that side of the family in general. Because the last time that I had seen my father, he told me that I'm sorry. He told me the last time I had seen him in 2003 that I was an abomination to our family and to God. And that if I showed my face, he would kill me. And he was really serious. And it was because I was dating somebody who was of a different race. Just because they weren't Caucasian. He was really serious. Like, anyways, that was in 2003. And I didn't show my face again because he told me pretty clearly. And I believed him, which is the other thing. It's like believing that someone will kill you is different than somebody saying, like, I'll kill you for that. You know, like, just playing, you know, like something like, oh my God, I'll kill you for that. You know, like, we shouldn't use that word, but we do, you know, like, oh, I just could have killed them for saying that. You're not going to really kill somebody for saying something. You know, you might use that terminology, but that's not how this was. No. This was an actual, like, threat to my life. If you even show your face at my front door, I will put a bullet through your head. I will kill you if you show up at this house with that person. Or you. Both of you will die. So I was under the great impression that I would be murdered. And witnessing him almost kill my stepmother, shoot at her, I was pretty sure he was serious. You know what I'm saying? Especially because he was abundantly clear about the fact that I was an abomination to our family. And that I had really been disowned. Like, I am. You're despicable. And so, years go by, and I get, 2000 and, let's see. Aiden was 10, so 05. So 2015. Yeah. 2016. 2016, I get a phone call. I had sent my son to Alabama to go see my grandmother and his grandmother. My mom was up there at the time. And I get a phone call that says that she had taken my son, Aiden, the youngest one, 10 years old, who had never met that man or that side of the family. That man didn't even... that was in 2003. I got remarried, okay? I got married. I got married in in 2004, 2005, Aiden was born. So I left Alabama in 2003. I come back here, I end up getting married and having a baby and all kinds of stuff with a Caucasian. Imagine that, with somebody who was blonde-haired and blue-eyed. I had a baby with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person. Well, that was acceptable, but I wasn't going to let my daddy know I had done that. So he did not get a picture. He didn't get a phone call. I hadn't talked to him since 2003. My baby was born in May of 2005. So I'm beyond him at this point. I've moved on. I'm having nothing to do with him, even though I know now that my mama took my kid over there in 2015-ish, right before our daddy dies in 16. She takes my son over there when he goes to visit, and I didn't anticipate that was something she was going to do, because I hadn't talked to Terry Swan in all those years, so I didn't imagine that she would take my baby that had never met him over to his house. Like, what are you talking about? But she did. And when I found that out, I told my boss at work that I had to leave and that I needed to leave right now, and I didn't have a choice. I had to go to Alabama right now to go get my kid out of this crazy place. Because this woman has gone off her rocker to take my child to go see this man. Long story short, Mom tells me that he's about to die and he can't hurt anybody anymore. So Daddy Terry cannot physically hurt anyone at all. She tells me that if anything, he could be the person who could be injured at this point in time because he's so frail. He's on his deathbed. He's truly on his deathbed. So you're talking from, I go and finally see him. This timeline's a little messy because I went to 13 and 16 and I'm going back and forth, but it starts back in 03. 13, I get a phone call. I get some information. My mom, all this stuff goes on. 15, Mom takes my kid over there. It has to be like that because Aiden was 10. So if he's born in 05, it would have to be 15 when that happens. Timelines are difficult, but you get the idea. He goes over to visit with him. I get this phone call. I tell my boss I have to leave. I go to Bama. Mom explains to me that he's going to die. I should go see him. I leave my kid over here with my grandmother and I go and see him. I contact my sister, Nicole. I actually go see my Aunt Sharon and Teresa. I go see his sisters. Nobody's seen me in a long time. I go see them. I know it's too much. I finally get over to see him and he is on his deathbed, and that's when I have this audio recording of him advising me that he did kill people. And that storyline goes with the fact that Gary, when I had visited in 2003 before I left, Gary had asked me, he posed the question to me if I had ever thought about the best way to kill somebody. And he was 16 at the time. My brother Gary was 16. And I was like, no, have you? And he said, all the time. And so I asked him, well, what do you think the best way to kill somebody? Well, what do you think the best way to kill somebody is? Because, now we're having this conversation. And I'm like, I don't think of it, but apparently you do. And so now I want to know. I'm an inquisitive human being. I have a lot of questions most of the time. I know I'm talking a lot right now, but I want the answers, so I'm asking him, do you think about it? He tells me all the time. He's only 16 years old at the time. And he starts giving me this rendition of how the best way to kill somebody is. So years later, from 03 to, I see my biological father and I go, he said, I asked him about Gary. How's Gary doing? And he says, oh, he's doing good. He's living over there with his old lady. All this stuff. He tells me all this stuff about how Gary's doing. You ain't seen him in a long time, have you? No, I haven't seen him in a long time. Man, he's a big old country fucker, big old boy. This is how it is. I'm just telling you how it works, So he's telling me that, he's a big old boy, 6'3", like 300 pounds, living over there, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, the last time I saw him, the reason I haven't seen him, the last time I saw him, he told me basically the best way to kill somebody. And I felt like the conversation was really insane. And then my father had told me he was going to kill me. And then my brother was asking me if I knew the best way to kill somebody. And then I got to go. I need to save my fucking life. I got to get out of here and never talk to these people again. That was in 03 because my brother wants to know how to kill people. My daddy's gonna kill me, and I got to get the fuck out of here. Okay, so I don't have anything to do with these people. I get back to Alabama to go save my kid because my mama took my kid over there to these crazy fuckers. So I finally decide I would go over there and talk to him, and I record this audio at that time because now we're having a conversation about the last time I saw my brother and him telling me he was the best way to kill somebody. And then he actually killed 2 puppies in front of me that day. Actually. That day. He actually killed 2 puppies that day. He told me that they were snake food. This neighbor across the street had a set of puppies. I don't know how many, but 2 of them wandered up on the property in Aniana where they were staying at the time. And when these 2 puppies rolled up, you have to understand that my brother Gary at the time he slept, I swear on my life, he slept in a walk-in closet under a red heat lamp with 2 big, huge, long, 150-pound snakes, like snakes. He slept in the closet with them every day on a pallet. Then when these puppies wandered up, he had already asked me about the best way to kill somebody. And then the puppies wander up, and when they wander up, he says to me, "Oh, snake food." And I don't know why I allowed myself to even keep witnessing all these things, but I did, Hindsight's 20/20. It's like going in for the suffering. So he goes outside and these puppies had wandered up and he's like, and I was like, "Gary, you cannot do that. This cannot, no. He's like, "Oh no, definitely snake food." He picks that one puppy up and lifts it over the top of his head and slams it to the ground. The puppy starts to seize, convulse and anyways, he takes the puppies, he throws them in the closet for the snakes to eat, and then he sleeps in the closet with snakes. It was really terrifying. So that was really something. I leave Alabama after all this and all the scary stuff and thinking I'm gonna die. And I find out a couple years later, not even a couple years, a year later, that Gary's in trouble for rape. And then he gets in trouble again. And then I find out that the helicopters and everybody's looking for him in Coleman County. They got schools on lockdown because a sexual predator has escaped. It's on the news. My brother's got the helicopters are looking for him. The Coleman County is out there searching for the sexual predator who's running around town. He's done a lot of crazy shit in his life. And that guy's asked me how to kill people, and then he killed 2 puppies, and then he went to prison a couple times for rape. I'm not ever real sure, He's doing good today. It looks good. When you visit him, he looks like he's pulled it together, He's got a wife, got 2 kids, lives on 5 acres of land, and really there's probably 150 acres out there, but 5 acres, the plot that he personally lives on.
Do you know anything about your father's parents?
Oh, yeah. My papa died after, he died as an old man. It's only been October 6th, 2006, I think is when he died, somewhere in there, 1066, something like that. And my grandmother ended up having dementia or Alzheimer's or down, whatever it is, and she ended up dying in a nursing home or assisted living facility for people with that type of disorder. She went on to never get remarried or have any other, she did get remarried. So she got remarried. She never had any additional children. My grandmother on the other side. Or on my dad's mom never had any more children other than the 4 that she gave birth to. She had 2 daughters and 2 sons, and the one son was my Uncle Gary, who died on his birthday from the gunshot wound to his head. So my Uncle Gary, which is my father's brother, dies of a gunshot wound to the head on his 21st birthday. That gunshot wound to the head was supposed to be from a game of Russian roulette. And from what I have been advised, and I didn't go and look at the police report, I don't know, but I was told from the family that the bullet that killed him was not from a revolver. It was another kind of bullet. It was not from a revolver, but the revolver is what was there. They determined that his death was not suicide and not murder, but just undetermined, like, they never did finalize how, if you will. And then now I think about this. I've thought about this a lot, actually. He died on his birthday. My brother died on his birthday. So my uncle and my brother both died on their birthday. Like, what? That's crazy. And both of them from, like, one of them a gunshot wound, the other one from drugs. I mean, I get it, but it's just so wild that you die on your birthday. Is that common for people just to die on their birthdays? Like, I just don't know. Anyways, I'm fascinated by what a human being can go through and survive. I can say that. I'm fascinated by it. I'm also fascinated by how many people can go through similar circumstances and one of them can turn out amazing and be at the top of their game in everything that they do, and the other person ends up with a needle in their arm on the side of the road dead in Skid Row. Like, his life and my life looked very different, though. I had just an inch more. Just an inch more is what it feels like than what he had. And I know it was greater than an inch. I probably had a slew larger than he did. He was born, that brother, born of that. He was already an addict at birth. He already was born with all of his stuff out of his body. Our lives were fucked up. I don't even know, like, I'm fascinated to see that he could not make it and so many people cannot. They can't, they don't know that they can. And I think that's a piece of it, is having somebody eventually hold your hand enough to say, you can do something different than this. And he never got that, I don't think. I don't think he ever had any place that looked like that. He was going to die an addict because of our father, because of the type of treachery that he was involved with. Between the racism and the hatred and I don't understand where our grandfather and our grandmother, I don't know what their divorce looked like, but all I know is the outcome of my father was pretty bad. And his sisters didn't, I mean, there's a lot of drugs. A lot of people there's people dead. I know they're dead. I never met them, but I know they're dead. I asked my mama one day, I said, how many people you think Terry Swan killed? It was just like an out of the blue question. Like, I was just thinking about something the other day, Mom, and I was just wondering, how many people do you think he killed? And she said, well, at least 3 that I know of.
Terry being?
My daddy.
Yes, and so Terry, who I interviewed, is also?
Terry Swan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Named after his father.
They're both the same, yeah.
Got it.
But I asked her about Terry Daddy, not Little Terry. Little Terry, poor guy. He had such a big heart and was he just never had a chance. He never had a chance. He didn't have a chance. He did not have a chance. I don't care what anybody on this whole planet could say. You can say it is choice after choice after choice after choice, and I get it, but you only have so many choices in certain circumstances. There's only so many choices. Sometimes you are down to the only choice you have is this.
And he was raised by this father?
Yes. He was full on raised by that daddy. That was a full on raising for that kid. I went to the house one time, and they were outside with no clothes on, like in their whitey-tighties, they're outside in whitey-tighties, no shoes on. They're covered in dirt from black, just playing outside in their whitey-tighties. Okay, that's fine. Okay, no shoes, nothing. You're just playing outside in whitey-tighties. Y'all are filthy gross. The thing is that little Terry always, like, his mama was a drunk. She was drunk when she gave birth. I mean, she was drunk all the time. She was just drunk. She was always drunk. And our daddy was just mean, and always mean, and always like mean, like, and filthy. Filthy might be an understatement. He was always just covered in grease and just always dirty. He was just dirty all the time. He might clean up sometimes, but he was always dirty. You could tell that he worked on cars. As a paraplegic, he worked on cars. He laid asphalt. As a paraplegic, he was the most determined human. So if you want to give him a positive thing, I would say that dude gave everybody, like, you cannot tell me, no one can tell me that they cannot do something. Oh, no, you can do anything that you set your mind to, even if you cannot wiggle your toes. You can still walk and you can still do shit, because that man laid asphalt on a walker. He changed engines out of cars on a walker.
And he had children as a paraplegic.
He had children. Yes, he did have children as a paraplegic. And not only that, one time oh my God, during that 3 days that I was there, on the first day I walked in and him and my stepmother were having sex, and she was on top of him. I walked in and saw that. And then they had to tell me, I don't know why, but that, he took his medicine, so they had to right now. So he had taken his medicine, they had to right now. And so too bad for me at 12 years old that I walked in on that. Sorry about that. He took his medicine. We got to fuck it out right now. Like, I'm 12, but like, are you serious? And that it's true. Like, that was how I just don't even, I can't wrap my brain around some of the mentality, because now I'm 50 years old, right? And I've lived, and I'm an adult, and I've been a contributing member of society, and I've, worked corporate America. I've done all kinds of like business-oriented things. I invest in real estate today. I love music. I write songs. I do all kinds of beautiful things for myself. But I have this life that happened back here that it's not like your Skid Row guys, the guys that they have their stories and they're all horrific. And I know you've interviewed 1,000 people that have these horrific stories, and I'm just one of them. You've actually interviewed 13,000, I think, to be somewhere around there, maybe 20. But everybody has an extraordinary story, and I get that. I do. It's just that when you have, how many people do you think my daddy killed? And that the quick-witted answer to that from your mom, it was no less than 3. Something about that sounds a little different than, what do you mean? Like, we don't have people who kill people in our family. Like, you don't have any murderers in your family? No one in your family killed anybody ever? No. I thought everybody's family had murderers. And that's the thing, is that you don't even know that other people's families don't work like that when you're in it. You live it. It's your life. And that is the thing that everybody in our world, everybody, and I promise you, if there is one thing that I can say to you is this: what you give your child when you give birth to your child, you and a woman or anybody who has a child, you are your parents, okay? You're the parent now. You're the parent. Now I'm the parent. What you give your child, the children of our world, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you live in a trailer park or a mansion. It does not matter. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who you know, what you know, but how you love your children, how you show your children, what you teach your children, what your children learn. It comes from you. It comes directly from you from the beginning. Birth, home, baby. How do I handle the baby? Do I love the baby? Do I let the baby just scream and cry all day? And the only thing I do is walk over to it with a bottle and put the bottle in its mouth, and I never touch the baby. If you raise a baby like that, that baby's gonna have some problems. Major mental health problems for the rest of their lives, period. You cannot raise a baby with no love, no nurture, no care. You have to love them. You have to nurture them. You have to care for your children. You have to show them moral compass. You have to avoid this. What I mean by this, I mean the crying, the depression, the anxiety, the addiction. Addiction is huge for child neglect, child abuse. Most people who suffer from child abuse, child neglect, sexual molestation, rape, anything like that, they all suffer from some type of PTSD, mental health, an array of things that leave them needing help.
Terry's fate was sealed, wasn't it?
Yes. If he would have been loved and nurtured with care, with morals, like what you would consider moral value, any of those things, any of them, even a little bit, maybe he wouldn't be dead today. Maybe he would have never gone to prison. Maybe our brother would have never killed 2 puppies in front of me. Maybe my sister wouldn't have been institutionalized more than once because she thinks she's at Disney World in Alabama because she doesn't know she doesn't even know where she's at. Sometimes, she went so crazy she didn't even know where she was at. Maybe I would have been able to sustain a healthy, long-going lifetime of relationships that sometimes are broken because I've been so broken in my life, It's also like some of the pieces for me is I always had, I'm one of the people that would work. Like I will work 36 hours, you got 24 hours in a day. No. I have 36 hours in my day. Do you know what I mean? Like I can just keep going. Like I will go until this project is done. And I mean, my kids, I worked corporate America, they would come out in the living room or in the kitchen and I'd be at my computer working at like 3 a.m. They're like, what in the hell is going on, And I'm just working away because I've got to get this done, to get this done, to get this done, to get this done. Which, think about that impact though. But I'm driven in that way. And to me, I've been able to look back now and say, well, I did all of that. I mean, thank God I did all of that. Don't get it wrong. Like, it's made me feel like I've accomplished really some things that are extraordinary considering the circumstances. Really? How did you end up doing that? And I worked like a dog. And I mean like a dog. And it was because I felt like I had to. I had to do something. I had to fight harder than everybody around me because there was no way I was living like that. But it doesn't have to be to this extreme, like to the extreme realms that I've gone to work. Like it's crazy a little bit, And then I will work myself all the way to the point of just work and fall down. I worked so hard, I'm just passing out. I passed out last year 7 times. 7 times, fell out. Why? Because I didn't eat, because I was working, because I didn't even think about food. I just, out of it.
You had struggles in your life?
anytime that it gets really out of control, I go full on. Work, work, work. My addiction is probably that. I got addicted to food young, right? So food became that addiction. We talked about that earlier. But food became that addiction. I let go of that food addiction because I didn't have a choice, because the surgery made me, right? But what I picked up, I was already like a worker, but now I like work. I'm 24/7 just in something all the time. My hands are in something all the time.
So you traded the food addiction for the workaholic thing?
Yes. Now, don't get it wrong. I mean, it's beneficial, but it's also detrimental, because most people don't function like this. A lot of people have really questioned even the way that I function. I take in all the strays. That's what they say. I take in all the strays. I always have to have a project. I have a savior complex. I want to save people around me. I want to help everybody around me all the time. I'm always touching somebody's life, trying to help them up, help them up, help them up, help them up, help them up. Because I know, like I laid down with my son in the bed. He was not about, people are so weird, but I would lay down with my kids to put them to sleep at night, and I would say their prayers with them every single night. And I did that with my oldest son until he was 12. It's a little excessive, but I wanted to make sure he didn't cry himself to sleep, ever. So for 12 solid years, I made sure that he never cried himself to sleep. Piece of that puzzle is because, when I say this workaholic stuff, I'm going to get to it. Piece of this puzzle is, Mark, it is, I overdid to make sure. I overworked to make sure that we did not have. I overstayed with Austin and his nighttime routine, and Aiden and his night routine. Make sure they didn't cry themselves to sleep. I cried myself to sleep for Christmas Day 2000. Oh my God. I don't know what year it was. I was going to say 2000s, but I was 15 years old. My parents are both on methamphetamine. See, that's not my biological father. That's not it. This is on my mama's side. So I'm living in a house. Remember, I went to Alabama to go see my daddy, and he beat his wife when I was 12. But you don't know that when I left Alabama, I left living with my mom at 10. When I left living with my mom at 10, the reason I left at 10 years old, I moved in with my grandmother for a year before I moved to Florida. Our house just got raided. I woke up at 10 years old, my house is raided. I got cops surrounding my house is raided. I end up having to pack my stuff. I move in with my grandmother, my mama moves to Florida. I'm 10. I moved to Florida in 1987. When I get here, my mama has moved in with this guy that she knows. She ends up marrying him, and he ends up being my stepdad. When she moves in with him, she moves in, and I'm living in Alabama. I move here a year later after our house had been raided. Mom moves here. I live with my grandmother for a year, and I come here. Mark, here's what happens next. I move in to Florida with Mom. Now remember, biological father's got all this other crazy shit going on over here. Mom moves in down here, and I move with her I moved down here in the 7th grade. So I start 7th grade in Florida from Alabama. House raided the year before. Move in with Grandma. I moved to Florida. When I move in, I move here in June. I start school in August. When I start school in August, I go to the bus stop. First time. Kids at the bus stop are like, oh my God, new kid. That's how it is. Oh, who are you? What's your name? Where do you live? We're all at the bus stop. A bunch of people at the bus stop. There's like 30 kids at the bus stop in this neighborhood. Well, I told them where I live, and they were like, you live with Druggy Buggy? Druggy Buggy. Apparently, I had moved into Druggy Buggy's house. Druggy Buggy is the known drug dealer in our neighborhood. They all know that he deals drugs. Even the kids at the bus stop know that my new stepdad is the drug dealer in our neighborhood. Anyways, my mama ended up on methamphetamine when I was 13. She stayed there until I was 25. He did too. So I got bio dad, psycho, insane, crazy in Alabama with all that shit. I visit him. So I moved to Florida at 11. I turned 12 in July. I moved here in June, turned 12 in July. I go visit my daddy just shortly after that. Now, mind you, I only been in Florida for a minute. And Mom sends me back to go see my dad, biological father. I go visit him. He beats the shit out of his wife and does all that crazy story I told you earlier. Then I come back to Florida. When I get back to Florida, my mom and my stepdad had began smoking crank. So from the time I'm 13 until I'm 25 years old, they're on crank. And I started babysitting and working and doing everything in the world that I could do to buy clothes and take care of myself, you know, like crazy.
To try to avoid the same fate.
I was fighting like a dog, man, like a dog. I was in a war. I was in a war of life. And so I end up with them 13 to 25. They're on meth. I'm living in Florida with them. That was treachery. But at 12 years old, can you imagine? You left Alabama, your house was raided, you lived with your grandmother for a year, you moved down here, and you moved straight into Druggy Buggy's house. Oh my gosh. He did do some great things. He always had a roof over my head. He was amazing as far as those things were concerned. He made sure that I was, that we had food in the kitchen, and a roof over our head and electricity. Our house almost got foreclosed on, you know, and I did come home to no electricity a couple times, but they quickly, established it. They both worked, which is, I know, hard to imagine. They were on methamphetamine and they both worked. But being raised in all of that chaos, I got real lucky at 15. It was luck and tragedy all at the same time. So they would leave me. I was met with this the other day, a memory of it, because it's so strange how things come full circle. But my parents, when they were on meth at that time, I was 15 years old by now. You know, you got a couple years in on meth. And maybe I was 14, 15. They start leaving me at home for like Thanksgiving and Christmas by myself. And my family lives in Alabama. I'm the only person here, so with my mom. And I met this girl in school my 11th grade year. So I started 11th grade. This is where I'm at now. I'm in the 11th grade now. And I'm driving back and forth to school with no driver's license, by the way. We can talk about that. But I didn't want to go to my hometown school. I'd had a problem in the hometown school, and I told Mom, you know, basically she did help me out with certain things. She was a parent in these ways. But I end up changing schools, and I drive myself to school at 15. Every day I drive back and forth to the school. I meet this girl, and I'm at her house visiting, and her mama just so happens to ask me, what are you doing for Thanksgiving with your family tomorrow? Like the day before Thanksgiving. And I tell her, yeah, I don't have any plans. And she's like, what do you mean you don't have any plans? I'm like, yeah, my parents they went hunting. She's like, what? I'm at home by myself. What? She invites me to go with her and her family, and they took me under their wing, if you will, at 15. I would say without them, I can't imagine where my life would be at all. I'm so grateful that I had that. But as I said to you before, you have to have something. You have to have somebody. And Terry never had anybody. He didn't have anybody, ever. He was just stuck in Podunk, Alabama with all of it, and never had a chance in hell. Nothing. I don't know. The only hand he ever saw would be my brief encounter meeting. You know, like coming in, like, what's happening in this house? And then running out, and he might have saw some kind of norm in that,
But he grew up around chaos all the time.
Oh, shit.
Okay, looks like we're all done here, don't it? Not sure about you, but I am definitely requesting that vacation. This time we definitely earned it. Wait a minute. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? What was that truck doing there, huh? And why hightail it like that? I knew it. I just checked the hot springs telemetry, and it looks like the station's black box isn't there. I bet someone doesn't want a proper investigation of the incident real bad. Well, they crossed the wrong people here. So, it looks like Lady Luck herself is on our side this time. That truck didn't get too far, and the black box is still inside. Serves them right, I say. We still have to fish it out of the drink, though.
And he's dead for that. He's dead for that. He's dead for that. He's dead because of that. There is no question. I have no question in my mind whatsoever why he's dead. I know why he's dead. Would you want to live in this? Like, he wanted to numb it out. Like, I'm surprised he didn't blow his brains out. You know what I mean? But he didn't believe in suicide, but he still killed himself. Like, he wouldn't blow his brains out, but he would shoot up fentanyl. I don't know. I can't ever really. I have a little girl right now. I know I'm just going on again, but there's a little girl in Tampa Bay area that I've been, it's hard to believe that I mentor someone, but I do. I've mentored a lot of people. And I think just because of all the things that I've seen, I've been able to say, you can make a different decision than this over here. Like that decision that you're making over here, you don't have to do that. You do not have to do this over here. You can go do this over here. I have this little girl, 15 years old. She lives very much the way I feel like I grew up. So example A, she's 15. She lives in her house. Her cousin died on her couch from a fentanyl overdose. Her other cousin lived at the house. He has been arrested for felony trafficking and whatever drug charges. The dad lives there as well. The dad is a drunk and does not have a driver's license. He's repeated DUI, cannot drive. And the grandmother lives there. And everybody, every time you go over there, when you go over there, the whole house reeks of marijuana. Period. Like there is never a time that you go over there and open the front door that marijuana doesn't just seep out. Like and I'm okay with marijuana. I'm fine with it, medicinal use, but the children, the 1-year-old, the 2-year-old, the 5-year-old, the 15-year-old who is being a part of this engulfed environment of nothing but extraordinary amounts of 5 people smoking 5 blunts in a marijuana filled house with all the kids there is unacceptable. Okay. So there's this 15-year-old girl who lives like that I know in Tampa Bay right now, right this very second. That's the life she lives right now. Her cousin died on the couch. Her other cousin's being a large drug bust, like trafficking charge, okay? Grandma, all of them smoking dope. All the kids are running out with no shoes on. Not that shoes make a difference, but I'm just saying this is the life that she lives current day. Right now. Daddy can't drive. They live like that. What do you expect from this 15-year-old girl? And then why haven't they removed the children from this environment? Why? Who are they? Then that's the other question. Who's responsible for this? Should we have some type of intercept with our government, but then our government's overwhelmed so they can't really do it, so it takes the village to take on this responsibility? But whose responsibility are the children's lives?
Do you think the apple falls far from the tree?
I fell pretty far from the damn tree.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job. You're one of the very few, though.
Very few.
And it was a lot of work on your part.
I have stumbled and I fell and I got back up, and I stumbled and I fell and I got back up, and I shattered my face on the freaking ground, for that matter. You know, like, really, you have to pick yourself up from underneath the dirt and get out, right? Yeah. What I want to know, though, is how in our current day society, with our current day technology, with our current day information that we have available to all of us, why is there a 15-year-old girl living in that environment at this time? Right now, as we speak, right today. Also, why did that same 15-year-old girl, did I find her at a bar at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a school day with her daddy? Why did I find her there in today's current society? How can we, as a society, allow this to go on? But then all of us want to throw our hands up and say, it's not my job. But me, Michelle Swan, I really struggle with that. I really struggle with throwing my hands up and saying, yeah, just let her suffer over there and let her go down the same path as everybody else and her whole family. She's going to keep that circle going unless somebody says, did you know that you don't have to live like that? Did you know that? Like, you actually don't have to live that way. And then they're like, what way? They don't even know what you're talking about, because that's how they live.
Mm-hmm.
And then you explain it to them. Let me show you something.
They don't know any different.
Mm-hmm. If more people had the village, if you will, if you see something, do something. If you fucking see something, do something! Like, you can. You did, Mark. You did. You are doing something. I called you. I messaged you. I wrote you. I am doing something in my small town, little way that I can get it done in my little area of the Tampa Bay village that I live in. So I know Tampa Bay is a huge market, and I live in a small town outside of Tampa Bay. In my small town, I like to touch people's lives. I like to hold their hands. I got a phone call from somebody yesterday telling me about how I changed their life, how they were on Spice. They were on, that person's nickname used to be Vodka Mike. That was his nickname, Vodka Mike. He was Vodka Mike. That's who he was. He called me yesterday. My friend Melinda was she was just so done with listening to him. She couldn't stand to listen to him anymore. But he called me yesterday, thanking me for helping him not be Vodka Mike anymore, not be Spice Mike anymore. He used to smoke Spice. He used to drink a bunch of vodka. He was so grateful for the relationship that I built with him, because I didn't turn my back on the fact that he was in the place he was in. I saw him where he was, and I put my hand out and I said, hey, did you know you don't have to live like that? And I know it.
I'm sorry, partner. They just took your catch, brought all the king's horses to take one little black box. You know, it's just too bad that I backed up all the contents from the black box. So I think now's a good time to go ahead with that plan. Besides, I could really use that vacation. That That's a nice catch you have there. Looking at the data, I have no idea what it means yet. But how about we make it public? You know, like uploading it to a server or 20. Then releasing the password on a public forum, because whatever it is, it's going to lead to some inconvenient questions for some inconvenient people. And I don't know about you, but I love nothing more than making the bigwigs feel inconvenienced. What do you say? Oh, for crying out loud!
It doesn't work like that with everybody, and I get it. But when somebody is right on the line, they're about to jump to the next part of their addiction, which would be, you know, you're vodka Mike and now you're spice Mike. So you went from being vodka Mike to smoking spice, or vodka Mike to shooting up heroin, whatever it is. When you see vodka Mike and you see vodka Mike becoming spice Mike, and you know that person, if you were to reach your hand out and say, hey, pay it forward, folks. If you have a good life, if you figured it out for yourself, and Mark, you figured it out. I know it's not perfect, right? Our lives are not perfect. I know yours ain't perfect, and I know mine ain't perfect, and I get it. But if we've figured out how not to shoot heroin, fentanyl, smoke crack, be cocaine on drug addicts, if we figured out how not to do that, just that piece, if we know how not to be an addict, and you see somebody over here to the left, and you can see that they're starting down the little incy-bincy path, headed straight to heroin. Vodka Mike was headed, he was on his way. I pulled that dude aside like, oh, no, dude, like, no. Your life, you don't have to go this way. If more people would just do that, or more people would see the 15-year-old girl who's at the bar with her daddy on a school day and just pull her out of the fucking bar at 15. Number one, the people at the bar, I don't give a shit that she shouldn't be in there. But it's a restaurant, bar. Like, there's a bunch of drunks in here in the middle of the day. No! What is she doing here? You're leaving with me. And then, what was I doing there? That was the questionable part. Everybody wants to know, what were you doing at the bar at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that day, on a school day? Okay. Long story short, there was somebody having a celebration of life there. I didn't realize it was Friday. I thought it was Saturday. I went accidentally on Friday, thinking I was going on Saturday for a celebration of life for one of my persons that I grew up with, and their child committed suicide because their child was on drugs because their daddy is a drug addict. And here we are. It's the same circle every time. I'm sorry.
You have a big heart.
I get over there and rip this little girl out of that bar, and I was supposed to be there for a celebration of life for somebody that I grew up with whose son was dead from addiction, and my brother's already dead. My other brother's already dead. My daddy supposedly hung himself from a triangle of a hospital bed with a shoestring, and he was an addict too. And then my mama and my stepdad were on meth, and these people over. It's everywhere. It's everywhere all of the time. I mean, I'm like, whoa. Now, where I know it's not at, is when I'm with the right circle of people, right? So I can go be a part of the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay fundraising event in Tampa Bay. I can get dressed up and look real pretty, and we can go to that fundraiser, and I'm not going to probably meet anybody in that whole place who's ever seen anybody with a crack pipe to their mouth. Nobody in that room even knows what the fuck a crack pipe looks like, probably. You know what I mean? I get it. And I get to go over there and be a part of that. That's great. But I don't tell all those people that my mom, my dad, my father, my whole family, a bunch of drug addicts, everybody, murderer, thief, liar, Satan, all of it. Like, I don't walk around telling people that. I don't. I walk into a room and I own it. I walk into a room and I go with, I own it, meaning I walk in, this is business. We're going to handle business and whatever this is, whether it's the real estate investing or the music or whatever I'm involved with, whoever's life I'm touching, real estate, whatever it is that I'm doing. Well, I'm doing my regular life today. My regular life folks have no idea. I mean, when I tell you these people do not know none of that I just told you today. They don't know. But when I start telling people, and I don't, when I started to tell people, it was like light bulbs went off in people's heads about, I've known you for 25 years. I had somebody tell me, that girl that took me, her mama invited me to Thanksgiving, and then I ended up doing Thanksgiving with them and Christmas with them, and then I ended up doing Thanksgiving and Christmas with them again. That same chick, she ended up helping. She did what I feel like I'm doing. Her mama and her family just said, That's it. You know,
That's all we can do, and that's all it takes sometimes.
But why do most people don't? What I can't understand is that, okay, so we have all these people in the world that talk about they're Christians, right? Got a lot of Christians in the world. You got a lot of people who are just, maybe they're not Christians, maybe they're just regular everyday people who are just going through their regular life and they're just trying to live, right? But they see something, you know, like say, for example, you're on a trolley ride and you see a mama who slaps the living shit out of her child in front of you. Do you say something? Like, I mean, she slaps her baby in the face at 3 years old. Do you say anything? Mark, do you say anything? Or do you let that lady slap her kid like that and you just look the other way? Do you allow me, do we just turn the blind eye constantly? Is that the way? You just keep turning your head the other way and it'll just disappear.
That's what cell phones are for.
It's pretty bad.
You bury yourself in your cell phone and you ignore it.
No. Now, I would like to ask the whole world, and I'm not even playing with you, everybody, look around your life. Look around. If you see something that is wrong, you don't have to wait for the police. You don't have to wait for your friend to do something. You don't have to ask for permission. If you are an adult and you are walking, talking, breathing in this world, and you can cook food, and you can eat, and you can go to the movies, and you can go to happy hour on Friday, Saturday night, I promise you, with everything I've got, you have enough time in your world to look around at the people around you and decide if anybody is doing really bad around you. And you can go say, can I help you? Can I help you? Do you need any help? You can put your hand out and you can help the person beside you. Even if you are negative $15 in your account, you might not have $1 to your name, a penny in your pocket, but the person to the left of you could be so broken on the inside that they cannot wash their clothes today. They cannot clean their kitchen today. But you can. I have a girlfriend that suffers from Great Depression, and I can go to her house and I can clean for her. I call for anybody to just please, you, me, all of us, please, I'm begging everybody, look around you and do something good in the world. You can. If it just means you did somebody's laundry or you picked up their kids from them for school or whatever, do something. Do something good. Be amazing. There's too many broken people in the world, and we're all broken for the same reason. Lack of love. It is the lack of love. It is love, love, love. Love is the greatest command that is in existence today. Love one another, period. If you can look up the word love and you can figure out what the word love is, love does not envy, love does not boast, love does not anger easily. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love is enduring. You need to understand what love is. And if you're not loving people around you, you're failing them and you're failing yourself. Hug somebody today. Make a difference today. Pay it forward right now. You can pay it forward. You can, I can, pay it forward, please. I beg everybody. If you see the drug addict on the street, I'm not saying that you have to go to that drug addict specifically. They're already on the street, I get it. But the person who's not a drug addict yet, who's 15 at the bar with their daddy on a Friday, you can. You can do something. And it doesn't have to include the law. You can just be the guiding light for the young people around you. Help your young people around you who do not have good parents. Help them. The teachers aren't doing what they need to do all the time. They're helping, I get it, but you also can help, and that's it. I've said my piece. I want everybody to please just understand the person next to you could have a life that you don't even have a glimpse of understanding. If you've never seen your brother die of a fentanyl addiction, if you've never seen your mama smoke out of a crack pipe, if you've never seen somebody get beaten to almost death and be shot at and everything, if you've never gone through any of those things, and I can do it, and I have gone through all those things, get up and do something for yourself and the people around you. Make a difference today, starting right now. All you got to do is get off of your phone, get off of your ass, and do something else. Let's go. I'm done.
Magnificent. Thank you. When I was designing the first Softwood Underbelly book, I realized that there were so many great portraits that weren't going to make it into that book.